This is our total, but it feels like I showed this total already once. Anyway, we're over 17 million shares of Railtown, which is incredible. 17,139,717 shares, 17 million shares. I just got back from it was more of I would call it more, well, I guess press was there, but press didn't ask any questions. So I guess it was a press conference, but it seemed like more of a sort of a demonstration, which was great. I'm not being negative, for MMTLP in front of the SEC headquarters. I don't know, 100 people. I got to see Gronk's parents, but I didn't get to meet Gronk. I would have liked to have met Gronk. I didn't sign in, so I suppose I should do that. It was cold, boy. It was cold. And maybe it's just because somebody pointed out that when you get older, things are cold, but I don't think that was it. It was amazing how many people were there from 3 years ago, and also how many came from long distances. The Railtown, it looks like, is up a little bit. It's up a penny at 25.83. Of course, you always got to be careful that whenever it's up, they're going to bring it back down. But I had a pretty good conversation over the weekend with somebody that, he's not related to the company, but he seems to have pretty good, finger on the pulse of Railtown. So I remain highly confident that sometime in the near future, and near could be a day, but it could be 4 weeks, 5 weeks. That thing is the story's going to change. It could be the end of February. It could be the beginning of March. But I think it always has the potential of happening much sooner than you think. Meshuggah, how do you say that word? Meshuggah is down half a penny at 77.55. Next trip is down 19 cents at 3.22. The thing that really came across from that series of presentations in front of the SEC, and I never got my picture with everybody. I never got on the video. They had at the end a gathering, but I didn't get my mug in there. Probably should have, because then, I'll be in the history books. I think even though a lot of people get it really incredibly, Ann Vander Heuvel, it's not Vander Heuvel. Anyway, Ann did a great job. Rowena did a fantastic presentation. Number 2 pencil Juan, Juan used to come on my calls, but he stopped. He gave a very moving presentation. Busy Brands. Um, uh, is her name Jen? No, it's not Jen. Anyway, another woman did a great presentation. I'm just having a hard time with, it's my brain. It's not that I don't remember her. She did a very good presentation. All in all, it was well done. But I don't think people realize, I think they do and don't, I guess is a way to say it. I don't think they realize that no one cares. it's this, what, at the SEC, the system is, it's a fractional reserve security system. It's set up this way. And that's what's so heartbreaking. That's what's so evil about it. And if I can say in my own defense, when I get so upset sometimes, it's that evil that I get upset about. I asked, I'm not going to say who she was, but I asked one person that was there, and to her credit, she was there and very active. But I said, you know, people have to move from MMTLP to Nextbridge. And she said, no, they can't. The brokerage firms are blocking it. They're not allowing it. And that doesn't ring true to me. But I don't know. She could be right. It's been a long time since I made that transfer. So maybe brokerage firms are blocking it now. But it doesn't make sense to me. You've got to be careful. People, whether they know it or not, can be parroting the words that help the what we call the shorts. But the scope of the crime, of the attack, is much bigger than just shorting. It's a big deal. Anyway, people are still talking about a resolution. You say you want a resolution. Well, you know, we can't change the world. I personally just don't see that happening. They're going to go to Congress. They're going to go to, they had some meetings. A lot of people went home. I really admire people coming in for a 2-hour meeting. It's really impressive, this group, grassroots really group, fighting this. But I don't expect a resolution. I just don't expect it. And if it is, it'll be it won't change anybody. But what is her name? Capellelli? Is it Jennifer Capellelli? Anyway, she talked. And she really hammered home the point that it's not our fault. You know, people put that hackneyed, well, you're stupid. You shouldn't have invested in the over-the-counter and all that. That's, as she called it, it's gaslighting, and I agree with her. The issue is they put the thumb on the scale in favor of these criminals, and that's not fair. That's not fair. Anyway, it gave me the sense that I should renew my efforts to fight the whole thing, I took one of the signs. They said I could. They're going to throw them all away. The people were holding up the signs, and but it was met by indifference by the SEC. And of course it is. It's $1 trillion steal. It's $1 trillion steal. The banks and the large pools of money, like the Blacks and the Finks and the Cohens and the Griffins, these big pools of money, they own the government and they own the laws. I tried to get across to Ann didn't. She was gracious, but she didn't really want to talk to me. She doesn't know who I am. And then but she did a great job. She really did a great job. But I tried to say to others, look, this has to be a policy change. That's my opinion. Policy has to change. Going up through enforcement, I don't think is going to be all that effective, because attorneys are not going to take the case, other than, these guys that are going to become billionaires if they find fraud, like West Christian. But somebody's got to pay the hard costs of those class action suits. And most attorneys are going to look at it and say, there's no deep pockets here to go after. Every time we open an account, we sign an arbitration contract. No one's pierced that yet. So anyway, it's policy change, I think. But in talking to busy brands, this event was either supported or on the radar of pretty important individuals. And he gave me a sense of it, but he couldn't tell me exactly who. And I'm not going to go further than that, because I think he would be mad at me if I implied anything. So Next Trip is down 13 cents. That's an example where you can have a good story, but they're going to crush it. It just doesn't matter. The stories don't matter. They're going to continue to crush. I'm not saying Next Trip won't work, by the way. I'm just saying it's just the heaviness. Fingers up a penny at $1.32. A lot of people ask me about that. GNS is down 1.5 pennies, basically, at 62 cents. Hey, we hired Mark Bazile. This is my fight. Yeah. Guys, they have the criminals. They have this covered. It's got to come from the top, and it's got to be a policy change. In my opinion, screw NASDAQ, run by whatever her name is. But just go to the over-the-counter markets, get rid of that clown that's running it, take it over. Instead of taking over Cuba, take over the over-the-counter markets and make it a government-run market that follows the rules. Bring back the uptick rule, get rid of high-frequency trading, know your customer. If you're going to computerize it, you don't need market makers. If you're not going to computerize it, which I don't think you should, have real market makers, have a trading floor, and have investment bankers, and tell the big brokerage firms, if you're going to be trading in the U.S. markets, you've got to follow at least a few stocks on the over-the-counter, and you got to support it with banking and research. And you've got to remove the restriction on soliciting orders for stocks under $5 on the over-the-counter markets. Why? Because we're going to make sure the rules are applied fairly, and then attorneys aren't going to be able to sue the brokerage firms, and we're the government. So anyway, that's what I would do. government takeover of the over-the-counter markets with the intent to provide a level playing field that follows the rules. And I think if you did that, you would have such huge bubbling up of American ingenuity that we could work our way out of this debt. But the debt of the United States works to the advantage of the supranational banksters because they're just peeling off their pieces of trillions of dollars. But we're all the suckers, and we want to continue to be suckers. 1 o'clock. So I gave you the prices. I had 2 donuts, so I probably will have a sugar crash, but I didn't really eat today. I just warn you. I hope I stay calm. Just seeing if there's any news. It's amazing when you go to the news websites, it's all about Hollywood throwing a celebration for Hollywood. Who cares? All right, let's see what you guys are saying. Oh, one thing, the Anne, is that her name? Vander Hoovel? Vander? I wrote her down. Let me see what her name is. I don't mean to be disrespectful. Anne Vandersteel. Anne Vandersteel. She mentioned more than once silver, and I was amazed. Wow, she understands it. She said the banks are about to get it because they've done this to the silver market. And that's exactly what I've said for years to you. This steel goes on everywhere, and silver is going to bring down a bank or two. My guess is it'll be Bank America. I used to think it'd be JP Morgan, but I'm confused because I think Jamie Dimon now has the largest long on Wall Street in silver, but that doesn't mean his bank isn't short silver as well in some other division. All right, let's go. High silver skyrocket. Red pepper. How are you? Hey, Joe, Marty. Marty Party, I think. Thanks for the live coverage. Yeah, my battery, I would have maybe interviewed some people, but my battery went right down to almost to the red. In the cold, it declines, so I just turned it off. But most people broke up afterward, and there was a sense that the SEC was going to come out and tell us to shut down. So everybody rapidly broke down the set. But somebody brought donuts and coffee, so we stood around and had, dough and sugar and some Dunkin' Donuts coffee and talked for a little while. And who's this? Blue 5. Thank you for being at the SEC. Well, I know it sounds a little corny, but it's my honor to be there when I'm standing there, because it's been a while since I've engaged in that. And I tried to explain to one person that what I'm trying to do, and it's true, that is what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to show people how they can make their money back and go into the green, and maybe collectively we can be more powerful, so that we can mount a well-funded fight to effect policy change. Okay, Meshuggah MGRX is now in the green, up a penny at 79.06. Railtown is up a penny 29 at 26.05. Finger is up a penny at 132. Next strip is down 13 cents. Genius, it's my billion-dollar fight, is down. And I would expect by the time Mark Bazile is done negotiating, that stock has the chance of being worthless. But we'll find out. Yeah, somebody asked me, a couple guys asked me about Finger. I guess we don't have to talk about that right now, but I might a little later. Let me keep going. Fast Eddie, how are you? Red Pepperoni, hope you had a nice walk there and back. Well, I walked there, but my feet were so cold that I took the tube back, which involves a little bit of walking, but it's down below. You can hop the red line and then switch, and you're at least warm, and that's what I did. Blue Wisp, did any member of the news? No, they didn't. And it was interesting, for me anyway, because she said, anybody have questions? I almost had a question, but then I just thought that I did a better job if I just kept my mouth shut and observed, because there was no benefit to the questions I would ask. Either she would impress me that she knew the answer, or I'd embarrass her, but it wouldn't, not intentionally, by the way, just put her on the spot, but it wouldn't help anything. So I kept my mouth shut. But no, the press didn't ask any questions. But I really think that Ann Vandersteel, she may have her own motives somewhere in there. Humans are complicated, but I didn't get the impression she's up there putting herself out just to get her picture taken and get clicks or whatever. I think she really means to see it through. Busy, of course, is, by the way, he's not 6'7" or 6'4" like Cam said, but he's just a rock. And a lot of people came up to me. They have the advantage of seeing my ugly mug every day. I said, I never see your faces. All I see is a screen. But that actually was nice. A lot of people had good things to say, and that was kind of them. Unnecessary, but kind. Because like I just said, somebody said, well, what have you, why haven't you been? I said, well, I just decided it wasn't effective. It wasn't being effective. And it's not to say that what everybody's doing isn't important, and particularly just the sheer tenacity of busy brands and all these people is amazing. But to me, I like to accomplish things, get things done, and I guess I see the avenue a little differently. People want to make their money back, and I think Railtown's the way to do it. On the other hand, you have to put more money up, and I get that. But I just don't think the system is going to. I don't know if I already filed that away. I might have, because I was cleaning things up. But I don't think people really understand that part of what goes on is legal. Yeah, I put it over there, I think. Or is it here? Maybe it's right here. Yeah, there it is. This, if you take the time to read this book, which you can order or you can download, you learn pretty quickly that Bill Clinton's administration approved a change in the UCC laws, UC Section 8, and you don't buy anything meaningful when you put it. It's just like when you deposit money at your bank. When you get your statement, it's a confidence game. It's a con job. They say you have 100,000 in your account, but you're lucky if you showed up. You're lucky to get 100,000 out. I mean, immediately. They might tell you to come back in 48 hours so they can rearrange their how much cash they have in the bank. But it's, the commercial banking system is a fractional reserve banking system, supposedly 10-to-1. I bet if you went, I don't know if you went, let's say you just examined it, I bet it's 100-to-1 or even higher. Hence the banking system's desire for regime changes around the world so they can bring collateral into the system. And it's interesting. I can't shake it. It seems like this whole AI, and I believe it's huge, but the whole creation of trillions, I mean, it's really trillions. Of course, you're probably going to destroy a labor market. So the net effect, part of a labor market, so the net effect on GDP would be offset maybe by losing wage earners. But I just can't shake the thought that that also could be, over a decade or so, a con job too, a confidence game. And it's just everybody's willingness to accept. I'm not talking about AI. I think AI is happening. It's happening. It's just, is that collateral for the overextended banking system? Is that, are the valuations, and I don't think maybe I've made that clear enough, like Langchain, this group of wankers get together and they say, well, you know what, they're doing 13, we project they're going to do 13 million in annual recurring revenues, and we think it's going to grow. They're not making any money, but we think eventually it'll be profitable. And he had a good idea. Let's make him the front, and then we'll claim that we're the gold standard. We'll put all our publicity people to work, and then we'll make it happen. And the next round, we'll do this round at 1.25 billion. If that company were public, it'd be shorted. It's lucky to be worth $10 million. But since it's private, doesn't have the shorting, doesn't have the negativity, they can just say it's worth 1.25 billion, which they did in the last summer, Langchain. Next time, and they're going to have to raise more money. Next time they raise money, it'll be at 2.5 billion, 2 billion, 3 billion. And they just move the peg. They pull it out of their board and put it up higher. They go to talk to the same people in the same language. They're probably all dating this. The women are all dating one of the same guys, and the men are cheating on their wives with the same woman. And it's just incestuous, is what I mean. And they move that value up. Well, that's not real price discovery. I'm not saying that it's not worth a lot in a world where the amount of money that is going to flow to the data centers, according to the analyst, not the data centers, but the use of data centers in robotics. What's his name? Jonas? Trillions, tens of trillions. Bigger than the world's GDP, so he says, by 2050. I'm not saying it's not going to be a giant market, but everybody's got to believe it, that the valuations should be where they are. And look, I don't think in the short run or the medium term that you can stop it. Everyone's smoking the same doobie, and they're all in on it now, and the money's just you're coming around to the new year, so you've got asset managers and mutual funds and people that are paid, like retirement advisors, paid for performance, and then you're going to have new products, new ETFs, and all this money is going to go into AI. I also think it's going to go in the mining, gold, silver, maybe platinum mining. It's going to go into mining shares. And that's not going to stop. That's just not going to stop. But eventually, when the capital markets close, the window comes down on your fingers very quickly. I don't think it's going to happen here, but we always got to be aware of it. All right, let me keep going. Was Ham struck there? Was there a reaction? No, the building behind was under construction. There's a lot of noises, but Ham's truck wasn't there. I don't know why. I don't think that's Ham's fault. I spoke with Busy, and of course he pulled me aside. He didn't want the truck there, and he told Ham that. So I don't know what happened, but my guess is Ham pulled it back. Do you think the MMTLP press conference really got you all any notice? Yes, I think it's going to have an impact. I think it went out across somebody's tube or channel, and Busy told me that it's going out across somebody else's, but I forget now. But it's going to have wide viewing, I think. But I think you guys don't have any threat. You control. I watched a bunch of people come out of the SEC and give a disdainful look and then ignore it. One bald guy just didn't even look and walked away. I think you guys own the SEC and you own the regulators. And frankly, part of what you all do is legal. That's the part of putting into people's account securities entitlements instead of shares, and then using the block of stock that's up at the DTCC as collateral for all your schemes. But I my opinion is you better make your money while you can and cover your tracks while you can. Because I do think there's going to be change. I think they should just focus on the over-the-counter market and maybe NASDAQ. Adina Freeman is no better than the clown that runs over-the-counter markets. But if you bite up too much, people's eyes glaze over. Just address the over-the-counter markets, take it over, put it in, don't put it inside the SEC, put it inside, hell, you could put it inside William and Mary's George Mason School of Business and have students run the over-the-counter market as an oversight committee, and they could run it better than those clowns at the over-the-counter markets. But take it over. Take the over-the-counter market over, and then you guys are out of business. You'll have to go short and short does not describe everything you guys do, but you'll have to go do it in, Ghana or somewhere. Graham Bevan. My mic has disconnected. There it goes. Silver skyrocket. William, you're already in the MMTLP history books. Yeah, it's not about me, though, of course. But, they had that one guy. He's in the poster. He's front and center. But I think I had dinner with him a couple of times. And I think he made it quite a bit about himself. But, Donald Trump does that, too. Everybody has different style. It's all about visibility and getting it out. Yeah, maybe it's Jennifer Capielli. Maybe that's what her name was. Yeah. Two guys from New York who came down when I was up in New York City, I don't know, a year ago. They came down to meet. They were there. Good guys. A lot of really good people. I mean, unbelievably good people. A lot of pain. And they say, look, we wanted our money. They all realize that stocks go up and down, but you can't just go from trading to zero. That's not right. It's not right. Yeah, I think you're right, pilot to the moon. I think it was Jen. She was great. Silver, that's a sweet sign. I'd love to have one of those. I'd frame it and put it on my wall. There were a bunch of them. The Canadian guy who spoke, he seemed to be in charge of it, and there were all different kinds of signs. But I can ask it's not like he's going to pick up my call right away, but I could ask Busy Brands what the name of that guy. I just can't remember. He's a good guy. He might be able to send you one or two or three, a selection. DAUV1CW. Hello, William. Quick question. I still hold my physical share. You don't own, you're not holding jack shit. Sorry for my language. I still hold my physical shares of MMTLP. Should I just use them as toilet paper at this point? I don't think so. I don't buy this person's comments to me. She said you can't transfer them. I think what you should do is call your broker and request a transfer to the transfer agent into NextBridge. I believe there's at least 40 million seats, so to speak, on the bus still. So I would do that. I would move. No, I wouldn't use them as toilet paper. Transfer it to NextBridge. NextBridge, regardless of what happens with the Oro Grande, regardless of the criminals' attacks, which are vicious and beyond the pale, when they call up university lands and threaten lives, they call up employees of NextBridge and threaten lives. This is thuggery. But I think NextBridge is down to 2 men, I think, left. Last time I looked, Greg and one other guy, but maybe it's more. I'm not trying to, because I haven't looked at the masthead. But they're not going to quit. There's some risks. This one person, at least she agreed with me, although she volunteered it. It's not like I said it. She doesn't think NextBridge should go public, and I don't either. But I think there is a pin in the grenade that can be pulled, because I think Greg's thoroughness and transparency, he's treating his private company, which is, it should be private, as if he were public in terms of news flow. I think lawyers on the other side are, and maybe there's some other rules too, but they're arguing, well, you are public. And what I'm concerned with Roth Capital, when they get that deal done, 40 million shares, they'll make the company public. And then, just like Jessica Hopper said in one of her emails, they are going to move all that massive weight of hypothecated shares, security entitlements, from MMTLP to NextBridge. But maybe not. Maybe they can keep it private. But anyway, no, I wouldn't. You don't have physical shares of MMTLP. MMTLP doesn't exist. It is worthless. But for the time, MMTLP gives you one right and one course of action. Right now, you have both of those. You have the right and the course of action. The right is you get to have one share of NextBridge for every share of MMTLP you have. Until NextBridge, and I hope it never does, until NextBridge is public and therefore the criminals can just, mimeograph into existence as many securities entitlements as they want. As long as it's in this frozen state, the shorts are, the so-called shorts are frozen as well. And anyway, as long as there are shares available at the transfer agent, you can go get them. I don't agree with this woman that I was speaking with, and it makes me think, are you working for the shorts? But I must admit, I could be wrong. She told me that brokerage firms are not allowing you to transfer MMTLP to NextBridge. I think she's 100% wrong. I think that's just misguided. I think what you need to do, call your brokerage firm, transfer MMTLP to NextBridge. So that's your right. You have a right to that until right now. The only amount of shares available in NextBridge are real shares. That's all that's available now. That could change in the future, but for now, and I hope forever, all that's available are real shares. So you should go get your shares. Why? I think the drilling program, although I would call it a wildcat drilling program, but it's a very educated one. It's a very carefully selected group of targets, but it's still wildcat. So each individual well, depending on your pessimism or optimism, but realistically, wildcats probably 5%, 7% chance of success. You know, if there's some seismic, or if it's in a producing trend, sort of, or you have some knowledge of what's going on down there, maybe you can argue that your odds of success go as high as 20% on a wildcat. But it's at best a 1 in 5 chance of success, and it's probably a worse ratio than that. But they have a series of them. Now, having a series of high-risk wells doesn't mean, you know, if you have a 1 in 5, or a 1 in 10, or a 1 in if you go with 5% odds, a 1 in 20 chance of success. Well, if you set up a plate of 20 locations and you figure, all right, I've got 20 of them, therefore I'm going to hit one of them. It doesn't work that way. Each well you drill has, if you want to be really, you know, just cut to the worst case scenario, each well you drill when it's a wildcat has a 5% chance of working. That I think that's pretty negative, but you know, it depends on how you look at it. Optimists would say it's a 20%, and you'll hear numbers in between, 20% chance of success. Anyway, that drilling program in southern Louisiana is being drilled with other people's money, because Greg initially put up his capital, and maybe some others, bought the position, and then sold down his ownership, essentially sold his working obligation, funding obligation away. For example, you sell the shallow rights in a target, which may be known, you know, nearly, it might be developmental, in other words, made, you know, practically risk-free. Nothing's risk-free in oil and gas. And then you keep the dividend. You don't put up any money. So the drilling that's going on in southern Louisiana for NextBridge, I think it has a great chance of success in the high risk, you know, wildcat space. And if 1 or 2 of those wells hits, you know, you've got a stock in NextBridge that could be worth, I don't know, anywhere from 50 cents to a few dollars a share. I mean, in a market that's fair, that could translate into, you know, $5, $10, $15 a share. But of course, there's always the heaviness to deal with. But if it stays private, he can do his own volumetrics. He can go to a third party. I don't know who they use, but he can go to get reserve reports and he can calculate out what it's worth. And my opinion, if you hang on to MMTLP and they hit one of those southern Louisiana wells and everyone starts talking about how big it is, people are finally going to get off their butts and try to move their MMTLP to Nextbridge, and there's not going to be enough shares available. So I think you should do that right now. Secondly, so you have a right to that until the shares run out. Of course, if they ever get it trading again, not that it should be trading, if they ever cause it, they'll just swamp the whole boat with you know what we call phantom shares or counterfeit shares. But what I'll tell you has been a policy decision behind in the shadows by the banking system, in my opinion. But the second thing you have that right. The second thing you have is your pro rata piece of a so-called settlement. And I think there was a lot of misrepresentation on the Twitter or the space calls by a certain individual and his minions, convincing you, one, that you didn't have to do anything, two, that Wall Street owed you something, and three, that to get the settlement, you better stay in MMTLP. All three of those things are false. All three of those are false. Wall Street, first of all, Wall Street doesn't owe anything. It has to be proven in court or in Congress, but Wall Street doesn't per se owe you anything. So it's going to be a expensive court case, or it's going to be an expensive lobbying campaign. But there's no one on Wall Street's going to agree with you that they owe you anything, or with that guy. The other is that you're entitled. Look, you're not entitled. MMTLP, I don't know, a week later was delisted, made, what's the word? Made to cease to exist. I mean, it was removed from existence by FINRA and the SEC. It just simply doesn't exist. So if you choose to hang on to MMTLP, you might as well paper it up because it's worthless. The third thing is, and I spoke directly to Greg, and I can, so I can confirm it directly. He told me any so-called settlement or any so-called resolution, if it's meant to apply to MMTLP, is going to apply to Nextbridge. Now you may have to opt in, but you don't give up anything by owning Nextbridge. What you gain by owning Nextbridge is the ability to experience the upside from these high risk, high reward wells that could, any one of which could be a company maker for Nextbridge. But the only way you get that is if you're in Nextbridge. You could get it derivatively through a lawsuit, maybe, in MMTLP, but why go through that? You don't have the money to fund a law case. You got to go it's got to be a class action suit. So 60% goes to the attorneys and the investors in the settlement. And attorneys always settle because they want to get paid. So I think I covered everything. There are no physical shares of MMTLP. There is no MMTLP. You're not going to get anything from MMTLP. And, one more thing I just remembered. If you go to the fact sheet at FINRA, it clearly states that the responsibility to transfer your MMTLP to Nexbridge resides with you, not with the brokerage firm. So get up, instead of bemoaning and being, a little bit of a satirist, a humorist, just transfer. It'll take 30 days, but do it while everyone else isn't doing it. Anyway, that's my answer to that. Yes, MMTLP, if you hang on to it, you might as well. I mean, there's a chance to me, there's no settlement that means anything unless they prove fraud. And they had this, Ann talked about this group called FIF, which I've never heard of before. But apparently they have internal emails that show, basically, according to what she said, approximately, hey, we're in trouble, help us out. Well, if you have evidence like that proves fraud and collusion, there'll be a huge settlement. But it's got to be entered into evidence first. The problem with the legal system, facts don't exist unless it's entered in the evidence. If you go into court in a lawsuit and your proof is predicated on the sky being blue most of the time, and then kind of black the rest of the time, unless it's interrupted with sort of a white gray cover, court doesn't believe you. Court doesn't believe you unless you get an expert in to tell the court, hey, during the day the sky's blue unless there's a cloud in the way. So you have to get, it's very expensive, and that's what they count on. It really is. And then they brag and ridicule and they boomerang it. They blame backwards, as Jen called it, gaslighting. And she's absolutely right. She's absolutely right. Yes, Mike. Ann Vandersteel, absolutely. Pete Greek, MMTLP, your thoughts? Well, I think the presentations were terrific. I think Ann did a great job. I'm not going to remember all the names, but number 2 pencil, a guy named Chris, I think, the guy that started out well. Jen, Juan, Busy, Rowena, of course, did I say Ann? Ann, of course. Her partner, who came on at the end, I couldn't help but notice that both of them have what looked like year-long tans. but I think that comes from living in Florida or something. There was a guy at the beginning, tall. Of course, everybody's tall to me, but he did a really good job. I don't remember his name though. Talked to him at the end. He was freezing. He didn't have a coat on. Anyway, the presentations were good. They were short. They were effective, really effective. The crowd was probably not 100, but it might have been. Come in and out, I don't know. But I don't think the audience was simply who was there. I think the audience is going to go out across Ann Vandersteel's network, but somebody else's. Busy told me, I don't think it's Bongino, but it's somebody else's network. And I think it's going to get around. And I think, Pete, that I think to fix this for the future, it needs policy change. It's got to come from the top. I also think getting a settlement here would probably have to come from the same place. I don't think Congress or the SEC or FINRA are as scared by anything we do. And this time I felt really aware that I didn't do anything in this case at all to make this event happen. But these movers like Junk Savvy and Busy and Ann and her associate and the rest, they are making things happen. And I think there's a good chance that somebody's going to pick up the effort to change policy. I gave you my, rather than changing all the markets, look, the big stocks, they can take care of themselves, sort of, until they collapse. And as Ann said, the banks are going to get their own when silver bites them in the butt. And silver will. Silver is the Achilles heel of the banking system. These bastards have issued so much fake silver, like they do with fake gold, that they are overwhelmed with it. And the problem is silver has industrial, medical, jewelry, computer, conductivity uses and more, that silver is actually used and then thrown away in our scrap heaps. Silver is consumed. Gold is stored until the Anunnaki come back and take our gold so they can save their atmosphere. Gold isn't consumed. Silver, it's consumed. So the banks are going to be in trouble with silver. Really, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. But anyway, on MMTLP, I think, Pete, there's a chance that there will be policy change. And I think there will be a mandate to study and come up with a solution for all of the 65,000 people who have been hurt here. I just don't think it's going to be that everybody gets short squeeze type money unless there's fraud. And then lawyers will get 50, 60% of whatever, but it'll be a big number. And there is fraud, but you got to prove it. I don't think there's going to be a settlement that comes quickly. And I don't think that a settlement's purpose will be to help you or me. I own it, of course. It's just going to be to get your release. Because if somebody high up makes it a focus, Wall Street doesn't want to call attention to the fact, my words, that they've created a fractional reserve security system, a fractional reserve silver, precious metal system, a fractional reserve housing and mortgage system, a fractional reserve bond system. These guys make their money with leverage, and they use your assets as their own collateral, and they're just a bunch of gamblers. They hedge it. And you're going to find out when the market crashes. But, well, you can't let them fail. We need the banks. No, we don't need these effing banks. We don't need them. Screw them all. They agglomerate. I use that word, or is it amalgamate? They amalgamate huge pools of money. It gives them too much power. Too much power. One man. No, I think it was a woman. And I think it was, no, maybe it was number 2 pencil. I can't remember. But one of the speakers, I think it was number 2 pencil maybe, one of the speakers pointed out that, of course, the money's the issue, but it's not really the money, it's the time. I think that gets to the heart of it. How do you replace the time? How do you do it? I'm going through that in my own life. And as I was sitting there, standing there, I'm thinking, what a crybaby I am, because I've had some severe disappointments, particularly with people and friends, partners, girls, promises, assurances, and then losses. And I bemoan, particularly over the holidays, and I think it might be a lot to do with being alone over the holidays. But you're staring at the ceiling and feeling sorry maybe, or regretting, or anger, or whatever. And I'm standing there today and I'm saying, what a bloody crybaby I am. There's people out there who have lost everything because of this crap. And get over myself, I was telling as I'm standing there. I was ashamed standing there that I've been so self-centered with my pain and my hurt and my losses. I think the thing that disappoints people the most is that they find out, and that I think was Jen. She's talking about her grandmother, and she's the youngest of 9. her parents and grandparents invested in the stock market and built for their children. A man said it too. Maybe it was the well guy. And to find out now that the markets are not safe for them. And they're not arguing that you can't lose market, that stocks don't go up and down. But I think that's the biggest disappointment people have, is the recognition, because anybody my age and older remembers a time, and maybe somewhat younger than I am, remembers when the government and movies and newspapers and institutions stood for something. You could be angry at them, but they were independent. They did go by the rule book, and they did protect you. Now it's all this mishy-mashy, does everyone feel good? And it's like AOC the other day. She was being interviewed, and she said, I forget somebody, so-and-so sexualized me and I don't know, sexually abused me on his show, and I'm not going to interview. And the guy said, well, that's not true. That's not what he did. Well, yes, it is. That's what, when you do this, and this, what would you call sexual harassment? And then she said, thank you, and walked away. She doesn't even let she asks somebody a question and she walks away. We've come into this period of time, and I don't want to say necessarily that it's wokeism has been caused by womanism, but there is a woman out there. Her name is Helen, and she talks about the great feminization. And she points out with data that wokeism really took over after the New York Times became 60%, 70% female, after academia, the professors and the people in charge became something like 60% female. And that was just, I don't know, 10 years ago. And after the student body, the students in undergrad are now 55, 60% female. Medical schools are 60% female. Law schools, 60% female. Something like this are her data. And then law firms are mostly female, and judges. And for the first time in history, she has all this data. And she's a woman, by the way. She has all this data about parliaments and legislatures. So her argument is that in general, women are more conciliatory, and they seek consensus, and they seek fairness of feelings and leveling things. And you get this wokeness. I don't know if she's right. I don't know, but that's what she pointed out. And if you extrapolate that to Donald Trump saying, if you go woke, you go broke. Well, a lot of these institutions go woke, they go broke. What if I submit to you, what if our institutions now, and I'm not saying it's my idea, but what if it's because they've become more feminine in general, not individual, in general, and so therefore are more woke? Does that mean our SEC, our Congress, our newspapers, the fourth estate, our government, our country has to go broke because we're going to go woke? I don't know. But In my opinion, I don't think what we're dealing with the regulators has anything to do with feminization or women or anything. I think this is a group of men who have um, put their thumb on the scale and then bribed Congress, bribed law firms, and paid off, own the regulators so that they can cheat. When the wheel spins, it always comes up aces for them. And it's men, it's not women. So Railtown's up a penny still. Meshuggah, how do you say Meshuggah? MGRX is up over a penny and a half. Next trip is down 11. Finger is flat at 131. Genius is a real opportunity. No, just kidding. Don't buy that crap. Anyway, Pete, I don't know what other thoughts. I do think there's a chance there will be policy changes. I do think I would give high odds that there might even be, if you want my opinion, I think there might even be an executive order that asks for this to be fixed. But I think that's different than saying you're going to get your money back. You could, who knows? While we're printing money to bail out Somalians who run child leering centers with tens of billions of dollars, and we're sending $2 billion to that Georgia woman, Stacy somebody, and then we're spending hundreds of billions of dollars to import 20 million people, flying them in. When we squander our entire resource and leave behind 40 or 60 billion in military equipment because our president at the time was just incompetent, why wouldn't the government, under an executive order, come up with a few billion to make this right? It's possible. But I personally, after being there, I think there will be, from on high, a mandate to get to the bottom of this. But I'm not sure it means it'll be any money soon. That's my only caution. Fraud is a different thing. Fraud and criminal activity proven in emails and writing, then you'll have Wall Street scrambling to negotiate a settlement because their attorneys will tell them, do you know how much you could lose here? You could go to jail. They'll scramble. And so then the power to negotiate will go to Wes Christian, and then he'll get 60% of it with his investors. Hopefully, they'll bring in somebody like Busy Brands or Junk Savvy or somebody will do the negotiating and not take half of it for themselves. You don't need an attorney to negotiate. I could negotiate. But they're going to want your release. If and when fraud is proven, Wall Street will scramble to negotiate with you individually or collectively to get your release. So some people might go to jail, but also, just like silver, this thing could take down one or two firms. Anyway, those are some of my thoughts. Silver skyrocket. Did you meet any Railtown holders? Probably, because a bunch of people came up to me saying, I listen to you every day. But no one asked me about Railtown. I brought it up twice, but not in the context of, hey, you should buy this, but in, like I already said, this is how my strategy is to fight here, is to give people their accounts back, and maybe much bigger, and then you fight from strength, no longer a victim. I do think Railtown is one of the times anyway, but maybe the only time that the program selling, the algorithmic selling, the AI that's used to trigger the selling has caught these people. It's been profitable for the last 6 months, no doubt. But I think it's caught them a little bit. I don't care. I really don't care about getting into the mud pit with them. What I care about is getting you all and myself out, so I don't ever have to be around their muddy, stinking, smelly sewage pit ever again in my life. And they can go continue to win. But I think Railtown, the key difference is Railtown's denominator is still definable, and Railtown's amount of shares outstanding on a real basis has not been uh, uh, multiplied beyond value to shareholders. Yes, there may be some quite a few, whatever you want to call it, phantom shares. I suppose there's a chance at a squeeze. I hope not. But no, I don't know, Red Pepper, if I can't tell you that I remember one person there who owns Railtown. But I think there were some. I just didn't choose to talk about it other than that one context it is my strategy to fight. But otherwise, I wasn't there to, switch people from MMTLP to Railtown. I wasn't trying to do that. Jason Kaplan, any word on GTII? Been holding for 3 years. GTII is worthless. It's absolutely worthless. Nothing good is going to happen to GTII in my judgment. Yes, some people talked to me about GTII, and I gave them that opinion. If you're hoping for something to make something in GTII, it is a shell that's not particularly clean, although perhaps it's been cleansed by the receivership process. But as it stands now, any deal that goes through this golfer from Puerto Rico and through the whales and through this receiver, I believe will be too expensive for you, because these people have to cut their own part and get paid. So until a proposal is made, I just wouldn't focus on GTII at all. The likelihood of what's going to happen with GTII is it's going to eventually be just another one of these shells, SHELLS, that a buyer could pull off the shelf. It has the advantage of having a lot of shareholders. In the case of that golfer, I forget his name, he already knows you, but he also knows the power of telling his story to the whole group of GTII shareholders. He can raise some money. So there's a couple of reasons to pick the GTII shell, but it's not going to squeeze ever, in my judgment. It's already been defanged in that sense. So GTII is a complete write-off. I still own the shares, so I'm not trying to be cruel, but GTII, you should stop thinking you're going to get anything. What you will get sometime in the future, possibly, is an announcement that such and such company is rolling into GTII shell, and the shell, the initial split might be 85-15, it might be 90-10, it might be 95-5, and it'll come out with a bunch of optimism why this is great. But then you're going to see a reverse split either beforehand or afterward, and then you're going to see a financing. And your ownership, which is already worthless, is going to become just de minimis compared to whatever story they're promoting. And at that time, you may receive a proposal, an opportunity to invest. With that opportunity will come a prospectus. That prospectus will be the best information for a point in time, a recent point in time, that you'll ever receive. So if you read that prospectus, you look at what's on offer, you can make a new judgment whether you want to put new money in. But you might as well, at that point, consider other investments. There's no reason why, if you lost your money in GTII, you have to put new money in the ghost of GTII. There's no reason at all. I would submit to you that Railtown at 25 cents, 26 cents is going to give you $5, $6, $7 potentially in the next 90 days. That's 20x on your money. I would suggest that's a place to put your money. Or if you want to go into silver, silver is going to be volatile. That easy part of the trade of silver, from basically $25, I mean, it was down to 16, went to 32, came back, but hovering in the mid-20s. People were skeptical. Some people acted, but it's tripled. The revenge of the Empire or the Sith or the Death Star will come back. It's going to be volatile. But I think silver, over a 5-year period, it could happen in 1 month. But I think silver is going to go to par with gold. So I don't see any reason to put any more money in GTII. And if you're waiting for the next deal with GTII, who the F cares? Unless you have a lot of money. Here's one thing you could look at, Jason. If you you'd have to own, in my guessing, you're going to have to own, I don't know your situation, but if you own between 10,000, which right now would cost you, let's use 26 cents, $2,600 to buy 10,000 shares of Railtown, to 100,000 shares. 100,000 shares would cost you 26 grand of Railtown. But just on 10,000 shares, and I believe I'll be right, if it goes to 6 or 7, let's just say it goes 20x in the next 90 days, you have $52,000. Well, at that time, or if you did it, if you did 100,000 shares, you've got $500,000. And that's just the beginning. You don't have to sell out. Railtown, as it goes up, is not one of these things that the equity is going to pop out of it like a carnival balloon. It's going to continue to the point that it's bought out. But anyway, if you have 50 grand, well, then you can say to when GTII comes with a new proposal, I mean, I wouldn't do it, whatever it is, but you'd say, well, okay, I can put 5 grand into that new idea. But it's a new idea. Why put money in some schmo's idea that reverse splits GTII? Why? You can, you might like it, but I think we all in general have to get, until there's a policy change, we just got to get out of the muck. We got to get out of the sewer. Railtown, in my judgment, is the way out. And once you have a big account, again, if it happens, you can play with 1 or 2 or 5% of your account if you want to. And the way to play is to get in early. Let the charm boys pump the stock. You get in early and you dump it before everybody else. You're not breaking the law. They're pumping, not you. You're dumping. I don't know where people suddenly think every stock they get in should go to 3,000. These stocks have given people 100%, 200%, 300, 500, 600% moves. And they just sit on them. Ham thinks it's going to go to a 3,000, so I'm going to sit on it. It's stupid. I'm not picking on Ham. I'm just saying you just professionally give somebody a reason to buy it at a higher price, which is this glorious upside, and just book the 100, the 200, the 300%, and then wait for the next one. But if you do it now, your account's so reduced, it's insane to do it. But if you invest in Railtown right now and it goes up 20% on its way to going another 10x, not 20%, 20x. Right now in Railtown, I think you get 20x. And then it may go another 5 to 10x in 6 months. Anyway, as it's up there, and it may be bought out by Microsoft. That's my call, but it could be bought up by somebody else. But if I'm right, you have this big account of Microsoft stock, you can play on the margin, and it doesn't change your life. You can just do it for fun. But if you do that playing, just get in early, wait, and as it rallies, get the hell out. Just emotionally be tough on yourself. Well, I got in at 89 cents. It's trading at, I don't know, $5, which is amazing. I know Ham or Frank or Dan are saying it's going to go to 150, but I'm getting out. And if you do that every time, you'll make money, or you got to at least get out a portion of your shares that give you a profit. But we shouldn't be in these stocks at all. And Railtown's not one of these stocks. It happens to be crushed because of the computerized trading in the over-the-counter markets. The story isn't known, and those that know the story, it isn't broadly known, and those that know the story right now are precluded from buying it. So you can act and get into Railtown. But let's keep going with the... let's keep going. Red Pepper, Ronnie, 270,000 shares in Canada. Well, it may be about to turn. Remember, I showed you this chart. I'm scared to go look for it. Yeah, I'm scared to go look for it. But I showed you the declining wedge, and it's particularly clear in the price chart for Rail Canada. And at one point, silver skyrocket. I think the bid has to break through the upper trend line, not just the ask. But once the bid breaks through, if it's got some volume, the tendency would to break out and then come back to the trend line and then go. But it doesn't have to. And I think the once it decisively breaks that downward wedge trend line, I think Railtown is going to go back to within, I'm trying to do the math in my head, but back to within 5 or 10% of the highs almost overnight. And maybe that's about to happen in Canada. One measure of when these things happen is when there's capitulation. The problem is every instinct that I have is bastardized by these bastards. They just create endless selling. So, but in a normal market, what you look for is capitulation. So there's a sell-off and a snapback on unbelievable volume, and then you're over with the downward move. And volume is a way to measure that, and maybe that's what's going on in Canada. On the other hand, I wouldn't know, sir. I'm just the butler. But on the other hand, go screw yourself. That's from Arthur. All right. Dirty Randy. Let me use this. It's going to sound different, but this was just turning off my microphone over and over again. So sorry, it's going to sound. If I try to fix it, I could lose all this, all of your messages. So we'll just deal with it. I'll turn this heater off because that probably interferes. Yeah, Dirty Randy, the truck may have been at one of the other SEC entrances. It may have been parked behind me. I just didn't see it. But I think Busy Brands didn't want the diesel smell and the noise. And frankly, he didn't want the potential of insulting slides in front of the SEC, which I kind of agreed with. On the other hand, he's presuming a level of care that I think Ham knows doesn't exist. So you gotta shock him. But anyway, I think he asked Ham, please don't have it right where we are. But I'll also tell you, Dirty Randy, the building behind us, where I used to stand, there's scaffolding surrounding that building. It's under construction, and there's skips and skiffs, I guess we call them, but they're skips, as they say in the UK. But there's also equipment, and right where we were, you're not allowed to park anyway. I'm not sure the truck, regardless of our gathering, would have been able to park there. They would have had to go to a different entrance. Dirty Randy, they must have forced it to run back. Yeah, there were some security people, so that may have been what happened. I was tuned to the speakers. It may have driven by more than once, and I just didn't see it. But it's also true it could be parked at one of the other entrances, which is just as effective. Because frankly, the main entrance, so-called, it's so little traffic that comes out of there because it's sort of a dead end. To come out that main entrance to the SEC, to get to society, you've got to climb this hill. And if you're walking, I just found out today, I didn't know, you go up this escalator inside the SEC, and you can take this pedestrian bridge right into Union Station, or you can go to the other entrances. And I think the flow of people is probably through those other ingress and egress methods than that front entrance. So it's okay. I mean, my point is, it's okay if the truck were positioned at a different entrance. Account settings. Good afternoon, William. How are you? You look dude in your blue jeans. I didn't take any pictures of myself, did I? Oh, maybe somebody else did. Okay. Thank you for being at the press event. Well, you're welcome. Thank everybody for alerting me. I do say with an attempt at humbleness, I hope it comes across that way, but in sincerity, I was honored to be there. People have put a lot of work in. There's a lot of goodness there. I'm telling you, there's a lot of good people there. There's suffering, but every single person is trying to help the others. There's no greed. There's no avarice. And I think it's a real sign, for the time being anyway, of American democracy at work. You know, they are changing the rules. I saw the other day that I think the president or Congress put through rules that you got to be very careful when you say certain things. For example, I'm not going to mention it because then just saying it might be risky. But they're the largest PAC, or the largest lobbyist, the largest manipulator of opinion in this country, has gotten some things through Congress where it really abridges your First Amendment right to free speech and the right to gather. and it's inexcusable, but it's all out of guilt. And, well, what we just saw, what I just witnessed today was really, as Anne, I think, said, the tip of the spear. And I take her at her word. She impressed me more than other people have in the past. That her campaign is sincere. It's just not about self-glory. It's about seeing it through. And we'll find out. Nextbridge released the 10Q. All right, let's look at it. Let me write it down. Today is the 12th. Okay, we'll come back to that account settings, I hope. Can't get right. Was the SEC and government even listening to the people today? There were several people that came to the lobby inside, and I'd say I saw a handful that came out. There was one guy I was intrigued with. He was rather tall. And I thought, oh, you must be SEC and you're actually listening. But then I saw him in the crowd as we kind of circled around the table for donuts. And I thought, oh, he must have just gone in for the restroom. My opinion, can't get right. My opinion, they don't give a crap. The SEC nor the government, neither nor give any minute's thought to us. Their paymasters are the banks and the big pools of money, and their jobs that they're going to revolve their doors around are the big law firms and Goldman Sachs. No, I don't think they care at all. However, I think there's some hope that from above, so to speak, or from somewhere above, there's going to be an order that you guys got to do this and this. And I think that's really possible after that meeting. And I don't know, maybe I'm impressionable, but I think the story's going to get around again. It was really, well, whoever told each person to speak, particularly Rowena, for example, she got her message out. I would guess she's taken Dale Carnegie, but I would say she got her message out in a minute. It might have been longer, but that's all you need to make a message. She did it, and it was good. It was effective. Maybe it was 3 minutes, but it was good. Can't get right. So what was today about if MMTLP is worthless? Look, you guys have listened to Double D too long. MMTLP is worthless. That little thing you bought and I bought expired. It was delisted, and you have nothing. All you have by that entry in your account that might be named something else now, but if its underlying claim is MMTLP, I would say you have three things. One, as I already said, you do have a right to request your brokerage firm transfer MMTLP into real shares of Nextbridge. You have that right, 1-for-1, until Nextbridge runs out of shares, and you should do that. Secondly, you have a right, so to speak, you have the ability to participate in any kind of settlement or lawsuit winnings on a pro rata basis as it pertains to MMTLP / Nextbridge. But you don't give up that right by moving to Nextbridge. If you move to Nextbridge, you gain the ability to have your stock go up. MMTLP isn't a stock. It's not going up. So it seems like a slam dunk to me. I don't lose anything. I still keep my standing in a lawsuit and in a settlement. And I gain the upside of, right now, the drilling program in South Louisiana, but maybe there'll be other assets that are put in Nextbridge. Why wouldn't I move to Nextbridge? Particularly since there's there's tens of millions of shares, but there's a limited number. There will be a scarcity of Nextbridge shares. So as soon as there's good news, there could be a rush to get those shares. So why wouldn't I move? So you have the right 1-for-1 for shares in Nextbridge. Secondly, you will participate, if you have MMTLP, in any kind of settlement or resolution, which could be 10 years away, or it could be this year, who knows. That's about it. That's about it. You do not have anything. There's no board of directors. There's no assets. There's no employees. MMTLP is nothing. It's nothing. And it's just insane to hold on to it. You've been misled, I think on purpose, by Double D in the space calls. You must move those shares from MMTLP to Nextbridge. By doing so, you become an actor in your own life and you cease becoming, remaining a prostate victim. You're standing up and you're doing something, and you don't give up any rights to a settlement. But MMTLP is worthless. It's a claim, it's a potential claim on the results of a lawsuit or a mandated settlement. That's true. But that could be years away. And unless, my judgment, I can be wrong, of course, but unless fraud is proven, there's no incentive on Wall Street or Congress, who works for Wall Street, to do anything. So you must, if you want something that's not worthless, you must exercise your right, and you have to do it. You have to call your broker. You have to say, I would like to move my MMTLP shares to Nextbridge via Xfinity or SAS Twinity, whatever the bloody transfer agent is called. And you have a right to that. That's a valuable right. Don't sit. They'll run out of shares. Now, I guess if you do wait, there's one escape valve that might happen, which is if the criminals can convince the SEC, who they own, to mandate that Nextbridge is public, well, then they'll just dump all those extra shares of MMTLP into the fictional but real available supply of shares in the public trading of Nextbridge, and then Nextbridge has to fight that. See, I hope Greg stays private. The thing that the criminals count on is if let's say there's a well that comes in southern Louisiana, and it finds, I don't know, I'll go with a big number just to, because I'm talking about a shock to the system. 5 trillion cubic feet of natural gas potential. And let's say, I don't think that's, by the way, I don't think that's worth that much in the ground right now because of gas prices. However, if we have a cold winter and also the demand for power of these data centers cause huge new demand for natural gas, I don't think we should be sending our natural gas by LNG to Europe. I think we should keep it here. But if they were to find 5 trillion MCF of gas with one well deep, you know, the potential for that. Of course, you have to keep drilling and hope it doesn't fault out or water out. There's always something. But anyway, if it's 5 trillion, I'll just use $1 as the value in the ground. I don't know if that's accurate. There was a time it was 50 cents in the ground. There was a time it was worth more than $1 in the ground. But just because it's easy arithmetic. So you have $5 trillion worth of natural gas in the ground in this example. And let's say Nextbridge owns 7% of that well, 7.5% of that well. That's 375 million. Now, some of these wells, they may own more. I'm just trying to give an example. That's 375 million to Nextbridge's interest in the ground. Now, you can discount that, but for the time being, I believe Nextbridge has around 265 million shares outstanding. I'm not trying to mislead. That's just what I remember. I may be wrong. But that implies $1.40 a share just from one well. That's possible. Now you can discount that. You can say half of that, 60 cents, or you can double it. It could happen that way if they own more. But as long as it's a private company, that's what happens. Your Nextbridge account suddenly becomes worth privately a calculation made by Netherland Sewell, maybe, or by Gustafson, or by Ryder Scott. And that makes you feel good. But if it's public, what the criminals will do is sell it down. And if the company needs to raise money, they will drive the price of the stock down maybe to 70 cents. And if the company needs to raise money, they'll call up Roth Capital and they'll say, hey, we'll give you 20 million at 50 cents. They can self-fulfill price targets if the company's public. That's why I hope he never goes public. But you can quickly see, can't get it right. If they're drilling 10 wells or 20 wells, I don't know how many's in that program. If 3 of the wells work, you could suddenly have value at a fixed number of shares of $5 a share in the ground. As it starts producing, and I got to tell you, I don't know what gas prices are right now, but as it starts producing, the number's bigger because the natural gas might be worth $3 at the wellhead. It might be worth more when it's transported away. And then that number goes up. And then you have cash flow. And then with cash flow, you can buy shares in. With cash flow, you can acquire different assets and property. That's why you want to be in Nextbridge. You don't want to be in this loser, limp wrist, milk toast, soggy nothingness called MMTLP. What today was about, I think, is a campaign to raise awareness of a inequity and unfairness in the markets. And I think it's going to work. So it could cause a policy change. I think that may work. So it is that raising of awareness may cause change. But that's you can't get right this message that you've been told by Double D, that the only way you're going to get a payout is if you cling to this expired, no longer trading. Just go to the FINRA website, sort of around the first month, the first 3 weeks after stop trading, and read the fact sheet. There is no MMTLP. It's just your sort of placeholder that says if a lawsuit wins, or if Congress mandates, or if somebody at the SC grows a pair and there's a settlement, I can claim my little bit of that. Well, you can do that with NextBridge. Greg confirmed that to me 2 weeks ago. I mean, you have to believe me, and I guess maybe that's a step too far. But that's one way of getting your money back from this fiasco, is there's a settlement and you turn in your chip. But it could be 10 years from now. It could be that when you turn that in, it's $1 a share or 50 cents a share. It could be a class action settlement that you have no control over, and the lawyers take all of it, and you're left with the right to 5-day cruise in the 7 nights in the Caribbean, but no days. And I mean, why expose yourself to a range of outcomes from zero to nothingness to a bunch of quasiness to maybe down the road you got a big, when if you move to NextBridge is actually moving forward as an oil and gas company. And once they run out of shares, you can't get any shares of NextBridge, but you can right now. And you don't give up the right to a settlement. So why wouldn't you move? Because you heard it on the space calls that you're entitled to. It's a lie. Can I be blunt about it? Double D lied to you. He's not a stupid man. He lied to you. And you've got to stop listening to him. But it's up to you. Stanley Caldwell. Hi, hello, William. Jen Capella. All right, I'm going to write that down so I remember. That's right. She did a great job. I got the sense when I introduced myself that I'm not sure. I'm not sure she's my biggest fan, but she talked with me. So maybe I was just being insecure. A Delap, why go film MMTLP if it's worthless? MMTLP gives every holder of MMTLP the right, one for one, to move their shares into something that has value. NextBridge, it has risk, but it has value. And I think it's got a great CEO. So that's one reason. Secondly, I was asked to go. Thirdly, I am fighting against you guys. I've chosen to try to get results, which I think is Railtown, rather than this endless. It's been 3 years. I haven't been wrong that the going up to against you guys in Congress and the SEC, which I joined in, is nearly fruitless because you have purchased the cops. You've bribed the commissioner, and the chief of police. The mayor is your own woman, and I am fighting though, so that's why I went both to show sometimes you have to stand with people, but also I'm fighting, so that's why I went. Mucho, what range of settlement do you estimate? I don't think there's going to be one unless there's fraud. On the other hand, Jen pointed out in the FIF, I guess FIF emails, they have proof, which sounded like fraud. So let's go with your estimate, your question that in fact fraud is proven. I think there's one enormous hurdle to get beyond, and that is what was the harm? What was the harm attributable to our client's actions? And you've got to prove a link between the actors and the brokerage firms. You've got to prove too that if Nextbridge, but if MMTLP had traded those 2 days and everything had gone as planned, you have to be able to prove that Nextbridge would have created value in the Ora Grande property. And by delaying tactics, not insignificantly participated in by Double D, but other massive delaying tactics that he probably had nothing to do with. I think it's hard to prove that Nextbridge would have created value in the stock over the last 3 years. I would even submit it's not provable. Now, if Nextbridge moves forward and gets back into the Ora Grande, and as the company proves up the reserves, and if they're no longer public, and they're not, Wall Street would start getting a little bit of a tight feeling in their rear end that, oh my gosh, they're starting to prove value there, and they may come settle. But right now, I think the range would be from nothing to whatever they can get you to sign a release to a class action settlement. And if Mark Bazile's involved, that could be nothing. If Wes Christian is involved, it would depend on whether or not his investors will continue to carry the cost of the hard costs. So the combination of Wes Christian, their other law firms, and Mark Bazile, I don't know. You could get a settlement at 50 cents. and it could net out at 25 cents. Or you could get a settlement at, you might get a settlement at Wall Street has to pay the legal costs in full, and Wall Street has to return everybody's money. Could be that, if they want their money back, at whatever they paid. That would be a built-in sliding scale, and that might be it. But that would average probably somewhere around $2 a share, $1.50. I just don't see that happening. And if there's a settlement, remember, you got to, I hope and I think Greg would be involved, and I think he'd make sure that the legal fees are paid by Wall Street. But I just don't think there's any proof you can prove that Ora Grande has any value right now. I believe it does. But good lawyers are going to say, well, Your Honor, their clients, whatever, plaintiff, had the ability to transfer her shares for 3 years, and she didn't do so. So we argue that we stood ready at any time to fulfill that request, but we argue we're no longer responsible because plaintiff never requested the transfer. So we feel she abandoned her right to that transfer. I think they'd argue that. The bad guys' attorneys will argue, Your Honor, Ora Grande is worthless, and they no longer even have the right to drill on the Ora Grande. So, Your Honor, we feel like even if the plaintiff had stayed in, she would have lost her money anyway. And then I think their argument will be, well, Your Honor, if the court holds in their judgment that FINRA erred in stopping trading, we submit that that was the last day of regular way settlement, and it's catch as catch can that the brokerage firms would have allowed same day or next day settlement on such a scale. So we argue that there's no harm. The bad guy attorneys might say, Your Honor, plaintiff is requesting their money back, but Your Honor, there's no guarantee in the public markets that investors get their money back. We think it's more relevant that you compare it to what is the value of NextBridge, the company you could have transferred into, and they're currently flirting with bankruptcy, and they don't have Ora Grande anymore, and they've had to put up more money. In the most recent transaction that we calculate came out at, whatever, they'll come up with a number, comes out at less than whatever, $2, $1 a share. So we don't think that our clients' obligation should be any more than that $1 a share, let's say. And then the good guy, plaintiff's attorney, will say, well, Your Honor, we can prove fraud here. So that at a minimum, this fraud occurred over a 6-month period, and it shows the stock never should have been trading. So I think the system, the brokerage firms, should return investors money at a minimum, plus pain and suffering, plus triple damages, whatever they come up with. So I guess as a range of settlement, which I don't anticipate right away, I guess I'd go from 0 to a return of investors' money and everything in between. A return of investors' money could have the cost of legal fees added on top of that. But I don't see much more than that. I really don't. Maybe some pain and suffering. Look, if it's really fraud, I'm not a lawyer, but I bet triple damages could come into play. But I'm not really all that optimistic that anything like that's going to happen soon. Having said that, today gave me the sense that somebody in a position of power is probably going to try to get to the bottom of it. But they got a lot of slicksters as attorneys. They own the SEC. They own FINRA. I don't know what FIF is, but they probably own that. They own Congress. So I don't know. I'm not that, and I own shares, by the way. I own shares of NextBridge. I'm not that optimistic of a major settlement. They're going to try to get away with as little as they can in a settlement in order to get a release from you or a blanket release from the courts. They want the release. The only value that Wall Street sees in settling is getting a release. Otherwise, they don't give a crap about what happened, or they don't see that anything bad occurred. That's my judgment. Justin also was a tiny crowd. I thought they were going to talk to someone important. Yeah, I think they were on their way, and that some of them were going to congressmen or congresswomen and senators. But I think there was a little group that had a bigger meeting. I know Busy had 5 very carefully put together presentations. I didn't ask him about it, but they looked good. And he had a tie on. So I wouldn't be surprised that he's not going to plunk that down at an important person's desk. But I don't know who that would be, and I don't want to imply that I do. I just think it'll be somebody who is beyond a a scheduler. I think it'll be somebody that can act one way or the other. See Wintinti. Who was that power person cheating in the USA stock market? Hope Ann Vandersteel keeps helping MMTLP, NextBridge, and others, and other short sellers. What the heck? Who is that power person cheating? I don't know. That I appreciate the emphasis in your message. I think my reaction, I think Ann Vandersteel is not only going to keep fighting, I think she's a good advocate. I think the one thing that everybody misses, which I've been trying to get across, is I think it needs policy change. I think they need to change the UCC Section 8 back, or they should just take over the counter market. And I tell you what, that would become a hotbed of innovation and wealth creation if they did. But I'm going to move on. It's very hard to understand what you're saying, but I think you're supporting the effort, so that's great. Donna, hello again, William, and everyone. Thanks for going to the SEC MMTLP news conference today. You're welcome, and I thank you for telling me about it. Justin Babish, I never wanted a settlement. I wanted the undeliverable shares brought back by force. Well, that, according to Anne's presentation, I think it was hers, I think it's her contention. That's when Wall Street committed their fraud, or they had been, obviously they've been committing fraud all along, but that's when they took the overt steps to protect themselves in this situation. Look, Justin, that's where I disagree with almost everyone. As long as the company's private, you're 100% correct that would be the glaring being caught with red hands, whatever that means. I guess that's blood on the hands. But if for some reason that's their last gambit, they can get either through the Roth financing or a ruling from the SEC that the company's public, that'll never happen. It'll just be all of a sudden NextBridge will be trading with, a float of 100 million shares and 1 billion or 2 billion shares trading out there. It's such a nightmare to get out of this situation. And as long as the stock's under $5, there's no institutional buying, there's no retail buying, there's no research reports, there's no support from anywhere. So they can the heaviness just squashes everything. Justin Babish, blue sheet my purchases. If I bought fraudulent, see, that's the change I'm trying to get across. There are no real shares anymore. I mean, there are, but that's not what's in your account. The real shares, let's see if it's in this section right here. It may not be. Now, this is a bunch of the blabbing in front of the book. And I might have put the part that says that over there. I was trying to clean up. Of course, I didn't get it all cleaned up, but yeah, I think it's over there. So I won't be able to read it to you unless I stand up, which I don't feel like doing. But under Bill Clinton's administration, that goes back to 1994, they made it legal for your brokerage firm to put the shares in street name, this big blob of shares in street name at the DT, at the Central Depository Company, the DTCC. So when you put up your money, you're getting a black and white entry into your monthly statement, or if you use one of the online, maybe it's a purple line, but you get an entry that says you have these many shares. But it's what you're getting in your account is an entitlement to a percentage of that blob of stock that's in your brokerage account's name, supposedly for your benefit. Now, when it's up in that blob in the name of Merrill Lynch can then take that blob of stock and they can use it as collateral against a series of derivative contracts. They can lend it out once, twice, thrice, 4, 5, 10, 20 times, and use that collateral to back it up. They can create claims, secured claims on that collateral that legally automatically transfer in bankruptcy or legally automatically transfer to the first in line if something happens to the contract they're in. They can come take that collateral. That street name blob of stock is collateralized, is claimed to more powerful people than you, and it's by legal documents. And because of Bill Clinton's administration, it transfers automatically. And it's not just, it's probably other administrations layered in, but that was the breakthrough. It transfers automatically. There's no recourse. You can't stop it. You can't hire an attorney and say, hey, wait a minute, I own those shares. No, it just goes. What you have, Justin, is an entitlement that in the event that the whole bloody firm goes tits up, after the bankruptcy court or the resolution, which, by the way, those assets are not protected by bankruptcy. They just go. No court, this is how I understand it, no attorney can stop that movement. It happens. And then you're in court and everybody's duking it out over what's left. Guess what? Your claim is unsecured. Unsecured. So then you're going to have employees at the brokerage firms claim. You're going to have any contractual claims, short-term claims in other companies that would be called the trades. But, you know, in a financial firm, it might be attorneys, accountants, other services. Those claims are going to come ahead of yours. And then any of these other secured claims will be ahead of yours. And then as it settles, then all the self-important attorneys that are there representing the multitude, their claims come out of the corpus. And then it comes down to you, unsecured. You're going to get zero. But as long as this system is never tested, you don't know that. And Wall Street has an incentive to keep the system, keep it going, because in my judgment, just like they've over leveraged the commercial banking system, which is supposed to be 10 to 1, I bet they're at 100. I bet they're at 150 to 1 more, which is why there's wars going around to regime change in Moscow, in Tehran, in Venezuela, in Caracas. Is that the capital of Venezuela? In Venezuela, in Cuba. Maybe coming to Canada. But Canada's assets are already securing financial products in the Western banking system. They need more collateral. But anyway, let's let's stay out of that. Specifically to you, Justin, this is where I think the message is just wrong. You never bought shares at all. Fraudulent, real. You just put up cash. And you got an entry in your account. And it's an unsecured claim on the block of stock that your brokerage firm puts at the DTCC, and they can go to their stock loan desk and loan it out over and over again against those contracts that people like Lynn Partners are the bird dog for. And I don't know, I'm not an attorney, I don't know, but I think attorneys are part of this fraud. And there's protections in there for the hedge funds, not for you. So I just think you and we simply, it's just, I'm sorry. Your definition of the problem, in my judgment, does not exist. You can't buy real shares or fraudulent shares. They're all electronic securities entitlements. They're all bullshit. So it's you're never going to be able to prove that. The whole thing is fraud. The commercial banking system, which is fractional reserve banking system, started, in my opinion, back in Italy, but it may have been in England or Amsterdam, or France, but I think it started in Italy. This awareness that when these banks, I guess, will hold a client's gold in deposit, that most of the time they never came for the gold. So some clever banker said, why don't we lend it out? When our client gives us 10,000 ounces of gold to hold, he asks us to back that up with our correspondent bank. I'm sure it wasn't called that back then, in Amsterdam. So if he comes from Florence to Amsterdam to buy art, a picture of himself, we just give him this script that says, Buongiorno Da Vinci Caruso owns 10,000 ounces of gold in our vaults, and anything he writes to you is guaranteed up to that amount. And then he goes up there and gets a lovely painting of himself, his mistress, and then he gets a separate painting of himself and his wife and one of the brats that he has, and pays for it. That script is accepted by that correspondent bank, and then that bank just moves some gold out of an account up there, and they have a ledger. They trust each other, and they never get out of whack. And if need be, they send gold back and forth to each other. Well, at some point down there, a banker said, well, wait a minute. Every time we give this 10,000 ounce voucher for Buongiorno Da Vinci Caruso, he only spends a little bit of it. Why don't we just use his gold and we'll give a voucher to Vincenzo Michelangelo Rodino. And for that matter, we'll give Catherine de Medici this. So they quickly learned over time that a reasonable ratio was 10-1. So they turned this dead asset in their vault into the fees they earned and the expansion of money supply by giving these vouchers out 10-1. And they never, most of the time, had a run on the bank. Now that, I think I'd have to reread everything. You know, obviously John Law, who came out of England, got the King of France enamored of paper money, but I think that was down the road. So this fractional reserve banking was based on experience, 10-1. But I swear, if you looked right now, these greedy bastards, I bet the collateral in the system might be as low as $1 for every 100 or for every 150 or 200. But it all continues because we accept that when we get a statement or we look on our phones, hey, I got, well, you know, for me, I have an overdraft, but other people, I got 10 grand in my account. We accept it. And we go to the ATM. They've got us now not even using cash. I think something like 85% of the transactions are not cash. So there's not going to be a run on the bank. But if we go to an ATM, they limit it. $500, $800. I don't know what the limits are. I haven't been able to use a limit in a long time. But that's fractional reserve banking. I believe what they're trying to imitate in the securities market. But she's right. Silver is the Achilles heel because it's physical and it's diminishing and it's moving east. And it gets used and thrown away. It's not like it's not all of it, but it's not entirely recyclable. In a depression, they'd get it to go down, but the demand for silver and copper, for that matter, banks are going to be in trouble. Finger is now down 3 cents at 128. Guys, Finger's going to have to raise money. And just ask yourself, when's the last time they raised money above market? Okay. You're right, fraud cannot be allowed to rule, but I don't think that's the way to prove it. I think, like I say, it has to be a policy change. It could be simple as, like somebody said to me today, just enforce the rules. But they're not going to. They're not going to call out their scam because they're all part of it. My solution, the government should take over the over-the-counter market. Put Yolanda in charge of it from the DMV. She's got to do a better job. Justin, William, did you see my email from the weekend that I said, scary question? I didn't see it. Damn it. Darn it. I didn't see it. Why didn't I see it? I thought I looked, but I didn't see it. I'll look. Wonder if you think it's a reasonable concern. Are you talking about AI in Railtown? I saw something yesterday from from a smart Wall Street guy who believes the AI spending on data centers is a giant con game. And I also rewatched the Morgan Stanley video on robotics, and his projection, which by the way coincides with Elon Musk's projection of the market is going to grow. It's a new market. It's not taking from anything, but he thinks by the turn of the century, by 2050, you're talking tens of trillions of dollars being spent. And it's very compelling. But I remember, Justin, from my experience in oil and when you try to forecast oil and gas prices, if you extrapolate demand growth and you match it to population, and for example, if China were to grow its demand for automobiles compared to its population, equivalent to the United States, you'd have 3 United States. If Mexico were to increase her demand for automobiles, I think it's 1 for 1, and that's just 2 countries. So you start playing with those numbers, and then you see that annual production, back then, annual production of oil was somewhere around 85 or 90 million barrels a day. And then you see that annual consumption of oil, primarily United States being 20 or 25% of that consumption, was, maybe 1 million to 3 million barrels below it. And remember, included in those numbers is olive oil, of all things. But anyway, you look at it, you quickly extrapolate, particularly with the decline curves. Oh my gosh, this is going to get out of whack. And all of a sudden, oil is going to be $600, $1,000 a barrel, which I think is going to happen. But then you forget there's demand destruction caused by price. Sometimes it just comes impossible. Look, if there's not enough oil for everybody in the world to own 2 cars and be able to hop in their car and go to the 7-Eleven and buy a pack of cigarettes and come home, which is squandering oil, in my opinion, or for a bunch of young punks to joyride on their motorcycles or those hop-up vehicles, or a bunch of young teens to go out and have motorcycle races or hot rod races, or every political candidate in the world to have SUVs carry her around with 10 or 12 others and fly private planes. When you run out of oil, you can't do all that. When prices get too high, you can't do it all. So there's demand destruction. And so a lot of the peak oil projections haven't come to pass, and also people adopt. But I think they will occur, but they haven't come to pass. Well, I bore you with all that because data center projections can run into the same reality of if it gets expensive, or there isn't enough power, or if regulations go about it, maybe we don't get to decatrillions by 2050. But my argument to you on the Railtown investment is if the hyperscalers and others are building data centers. They're spending 10. Telus' data centers with Telus' money or borrowed money. Well, if you're doing that, you want your users to have the best experience possible, but you also want your users to come to you because you're cheaper, and you want your users to come to you because if you use the stack, whatever the hell that means, and the interfaces, they get efficiency and low cost results, and they don't have to use it that much. And that, to me, that's Railtown. So I get what this guy, I didn't listen to him, but I get the negatives. But I think this is a wave. The momentum of money going into AI. Last time when I started talking to you, it was in June. It's after all these funds and these companies and these retirement planners and these wealth advisors had already allocated their money or most of their money for their year, had already placed their bets, so to speak. Now, January, first quarter, I'd say it's not a stretch to say that there's trillions of dollars. There's certainly hundreds of billions, but I think the budgets could be a decatrillion. It could be up to 10 trillion. But maybe it's 3 trillion. Doesn't take a lot. That is going to go in to make this work. And the way to make revenues work is to make sure the data centers start producing value immediately so the hyperscaler can charge revenue and people get a result. And one of the keys to that, maybe a company like Cohere, I'm talking about in the Canadian ecosystem, and this is the first AI, what do they call it? Fortress? What do they call it? AI Fortress? I can't even at my brain. Anyway, Telus is Rimouski, Hoosier Mooski data center is the first sovereign AI data center ready to go. NVIDIA and HPE, hydropower. It's cheaper than anything else. And Canada is making a drive for people, enterprises, developer teams, and single developers to run everything through Canadian hyperscalers. And Telus is the first and only right now. That'll change. It'll start getting competition. And Entwistle projected that his revenue from, I think he said, AI-enabled technology, which all they do is data centers. So to me, that data center and its sister are going to do $2 billion by 2028. That's over 2 years. Well, that's well in the range of research projectability. And if Railtown gets 2% of 2 billion, that's 400 million a year. But I cut it back to $1 billion. That's 200 million. And if you get the network moving over, maybe that adds another 25 to 50 million a year. So you can come up with a scenario that Railtown's going to do $1 a share in revenue, cash flow, and profits from this arrangement. But if you are perceiving risk, I haven't seen your question, that somehow this isn't going to happen, I would submit to you that Telus has put 10, I don't know, 5, 10, 15 billion, more, maybe more, into these data centers. They're going to prove it up. they're betting it all. Well, not at all, but you know, they're putting a big part of their future on the line. It's Canada government's doing it. And any user, as they come through that data center, needs these orchestration frameworks, that is Railtown, needs the large language model. I've read some things that large language models are a dead end and they have to come up with something else. But to this limited brain I have, that still means you're going to need orchestration frameworks. So maybe it won't be Cohere, will have to come up with a different methodology. I've heard they're going to put data centers in space. Who knows? Technology is going to rapidly change. But in the next 6 months, the next year, the next 9 months, for TELUS to gain revenue and attract users inside of this Canadian ecosystem, they want the best product out there. They want efficiency, productivity, inexpensiveness, and scalability. And that's Railtown. Unless it blows up. I don't think it's going to blow up. That's Railtown. So my question is, Justin, why would you create a state-of-the-art data center and not put the best orchestration framework on top of it? Why wouldn't you do that? It helps you, it helps your users, it increases revenues. And you could ask, well, is Railtown better than LangChain? I would say so. They started 6 years ago. They spent less money than they do in Palo Alto. But Corey and Marwan have built software since the 80s. And their engineers, I assume, worked with them at other companies. So I think they have a good team of engineers. I don't know, but you know what? AIP, that's John Ruffalo, Mike Norbrega, the IBM guy, Dr. Tom Core, they screened and accepted in their network 170 AI development, software development companies and software providers. I don't know they use the word software anymore. And out of all of those, when they ran into Railtown, they said, you know what? You should buy us. That's my shortcut. It's like the guy from KISS pointed out in a radio interview. Yes, it was on radio, not on YouTube, that I heard. He said he thought all these girls that were coming to him, well, this is when he was older, all these girls that are coming to him had something to do with him. He said it wasn't until I recognized that all these women falling all over me, they were doing it because I date this hot chick. Whoever it was, everybody recognized her name. I don't. But this hot chick is dating me. So all those women are saying, well, if she's dating him, he must be a catch. That's my simple analysis here. If it's good enough for the AIP, Mike Norbrega, John Ruffalo, Omers, and Mavericks Ventures and Omers Ventures, and for Dr. Tom Core, the IBM guy, it's good enough for me to say that the Railtown technology is the bee's knees. Well, you put that there. Once it's there, it's like a toll gate. Ching, 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 ching. And so any of the doubts and fears you come up with, and I'm not ridiculing them. It's smart to look at it. Unless the market blows up, unless banks go down, which is a risk to everything at any time, I think it's down the road. For now, this set of budgets, this wave of capital of the turning the new year is coming down the pike. And my opinion, it is my opinion. I haven't heard anybody else say it, although one guy said, I'm starting to agree with you. I'm not sure Railtown makes it out of the first quarter before they get a bid to buy them. Now, that's a hell of a projection. So there's no evidence of it. But I think a Microsoft or a TELUS or an Oracle or an Amazon or an NVIDIA or an AMD, once they recognize, wow, this could be on every data center, we better buy them before the next guy does. That'll be the number one reason. TELUS might say, if I want exclusivity, I got to buy them. Microsoft might say, if I want exclusivity, I've got to buy them. And then they may sit down and look at the revenues and say, we better buy them while management will sell it to us at $1 billion or at $2 billion. Next time, in 6 months, they might want 25 billion. I have a feeling, though, if it's a bidding war, you're going to get higher numbers. I wanted to show you that, by the way, if we're already almost at 4 o'clock. Railtown is up a penny plus at 25.97. Mashugana is green, MGRX at 78.63. Next trip is down 9 cents, 332. Finger is down 4.5 cents at 126.5. And Genius, I can't wait till I hit another stock. That still shows up on my little 5 screen. That's down almost 2 cents at 61.68. I'll look up your question, Justin. I just I don't know. Oh, I've got to try to hook up. Emil, thank you, William, for your MTLP. I've never left you, not through the sad days, not through my wild years. I kept my promise. Don't keep your distance. I never left the supporting MMTLP. And I said that today, and some people told me you just can't do it every day. And I made a decision, Emil, that this is the best way to turn people's accounts green, Railtown. But I appreciate your support back in that comment. All right, I'm going to try to put the other microphone on. Let's see what happens. It probably won't work, but let me see if it happens. All right, it might be on now. The other this microphone might be on. So Jeff was asking no sound. Yeah, it kept turning off. One might even assume nefarious actors were doing it. I just think it's something with this is at least 3 years old. It might be 4 years old. And maybe it's time to get a new one, but I can't afford that. No sound. E. Belanger, same's here. Sound off. Sound off. How does that go? Sound off. You can tell I've never been in the military. All better. It's getting better all the time. No worries. Justin Babish, did you talk to anyone at the press thing? Yes, a lot of people. Junk wasn't there. I did talk to Busy. he, he was busting my you-know-whats. He comes up to me. Hi, William. And he says, do you recognize me? And I said, the face is familiar. He said, I said, have we met before? He said, no. I said, well, maybe you look like somebody I know, but he did look familiar. And then he says, I'm Busy Brands. And I said, oh, wow, Busy. So, yeah, I spoke to him once at length, a couple other times. You know, he's busy. It's like being at a wedding. And then they had a further agenda. And frankly, I didn't stay with them. I came home to go live, and I came home. I was cold, and so I did the Irish exit. As they went that way to sit down, I booked to the tube, and so I'm sure he and I will talk again. But it was great seeing him. It was great. Was there anything about new info and strategy to get regulatory support? They're going. They have. They're breaking into smaller groups, and they're going to Congress, and they're going to important people. I wasn't invited into that at all, which was fine. You're not. I think it's a dead end regulatory support. I think it's complete dead end. I didn't hear any new info to you, but to me, the newest thing I heard, and maybe you didn't know, is that whatever this FIF is, according to Ann, she said they have emails that essentially said, help us out, we're in trouble. We sold too many shares, and if you go through with this, I'm paraphrasing and expanding, if you go through with this issuance of this private placement MMTLP, we are FUCKED, help. That's pretty powerful if it's true. I didn't see him, and I don't have any reason to doubt her. That's fraud, and fraud's a big deal. They also gave me this, which if you scan will get you to apparently to all the information. I think that guy that said, well, I think he's built it, and it has all the information. I'll try to take a picture of it and show it again tomorrow. But anyway, there may be new info there. It's called MMTLPresources.com. 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 But no, Junk wasn't there, and I think the strategy is full on, and I think they're going to get somewhere. But I still think you got to move to Nextbridge. Mike W. Entz. What would a possible reason for Nextbridge? Excuse me. What would a possible reason for Nextbridge to not have enough shares to cover every MMTLP share that exists? Oh, yeah. Illegal naked short selling a dividend that was never meant to be traded. Exactly. They fraudulently, and that apparently is in the FIF, or allusions to that in that FIF email set. MMTLP was never meant to be traded. You're exactly right. And not only did they start it trading, they massively oversold the number of shares extant. Remember, Nextbridge doesn't have, and no brokerage house has, a block of stock, a block of baloney up at DTCC for Nextbridge, because it's a private company right now. The lawyers and the cheaters are going to try to get that changed. No question. No question. We got 8 minutes to go. Let me see what's happening in all right, nothing there. Are we at war? Of course, the daily hate, it's all about the globes. All right, there's no news that's going to change your life, I don't think. Railtown is up a penny, a little over a penny, 25.97. MGRX is down almost a penny, 77.15. Next trip is down 9 cents, 3.32. Finger is down 4 cents, 1.27. I saw ridicule of me from, when I'm looking at old posts that I had taken a picture of, that I had said that Finger could go to $1.25. Well, it gives me no comfort. But you can't allow I'm not picking on any one person. One cannot allow one's wants or emotions or anger. It's hard to do, to interfere with what the available information is telling you, and you have to make some assumptions, and then you have to adjust as you go. But Finger's going to raise money. And as I asked a guy today when he asked me about it, and maybe I asked you already today, when's the last time you saw Finger raise money even at the market price? When's the last time you saw Finger raise money above the market price? So you got to get ready for that. On the other hand, I'm not trying, as the same guy, I said, Finger the last couple of years has had a bit of a run in the spring, and that could happen again. So just got to stay tuned to it. You got it, Mike. That's exactly right. You summarized it. Red Pepper, why don't people still holding MMTLP just move? You got to move all of it. Yes, I agree with the middle ground, but I also agree with Christopher Hitchens when he said something to the effect, I'm not going to meet in the middle. I think meeting in the middle on this issue leads to mediocre results. So if you're a depressed victim with nothing to do but wait for the system to help you, how does moving half of your body up to fight and leaving the other half prostate help? I think you got to move everything. There's no MMTLP. It does not exist. It's worthless. It's purposeless. But right now, in this limbo period, because nobody's moving anymore, there still are shares of NextBridge to go claim. The only way that MMTLP will become shares of NextBridge if you do nothing is if somehow NextBridge starts trading, and then the system will just dump all this crap into the river like a sewer overflowing into the Potomac, and all this crud will be floating to the top. Toilet paper and crap. And I suppose that's one way. If you do nothing, you'll get something. I agree with you, Silver. Moving at least half is better than moving nothing. But it's just, I mean, it's like saying, to me, that's like saying if somebody came up to you and you had an IOU written on a napkin, I owe you $1,000, scribbled, I don't know, what's a good example? Some name. Just Donald J. Trump. And no one really was sure that was a real signature and all that. And one of his advisors came up, you know what? We've heard you've been showing that around. We'd like to give you a check from Donald Trump. You can't cash it right away because he's having cash problems right now. But eventually you should be able to cash it. Why wouldn't you? You're not going to say, well, I'll tell you what, I'll take half of my IOU. Why don't you give me a half of the money in a check? Just owning Next Trip, you have the same rights to the IOU, but you also can experience the upside of a pretty good oil finder and deal maker in Greg McCabe. All right, Railtown is about to close 255 to 2604, 200,000 shares. Last share, 1,000 shares, last trade at 25.97. Looks like that's where it's going to close. Candy Morton made it home. I met Candy. All right, it just closed, 25.97. That was the last trade, 1,000 shares. So I met Gronk's parents, and you know what I found out? He does let you hug him. He does let you hug him. I don't know if he let me hug him, but he does let you hug him. He's a good boy. Made it home to Gronk. It was an honor and a privilege to meet you today, William. Check off my bucket list. Well, I hope your bucket list is longer than that. But I was honored to meet you guys, and That would, to me, that was worth the walk over. It was about a 40-minute, I guess a 40-minute walk, I think. I don't know. But it was well worth it. And the only thing that would have made it better is if Gronk had been there. Gronk. He's a good boy. I know Red Pepperoni. I moved 100% of my MMTLP. I know you did. And I know your suggestion is better than nothing. But I just get so frustrated. I think the message on the Twitter spaces was intentionally misleading, and I just get a little worked up. I'm not upset with you. Dave Vanderwerf. Dave Vanderwerf is going to date Ann Vander Steel, and they're going to have children named Vander Steelwerf. I'm optimistic on RT. Only concern is they had to sell to a buyer early in the $2 range. Oh, if they did. I don't know if you're confusing it with Next Trip, but yeah, I have to admit, the way I would say, Dave, for Railtown is I can come up with, for example, IBM bought Confluent for 13 billion. Let's just put that number into, I mean, I'm not saying that it's exactly equivalent, but I mean, we have limited data, so let's just use it. And so 13 billion divided by let's say 215 million shares outstanding, fully diluted. That's a $60 price target if that were to happen for Railtown. And actually, I think that number is defensible using revenue projections and growth and all that. But that's achievable if there's a bidding war. It's achievable if Railtown stays standalone. And maybe it's achievable in 9 months or a year and a half. But you're right. What if Railtown gets an offer? I don't know, my favorite buyer from Microsoft, and they say we'll pay. What if they say we'll pay 300 million right now? Egad, what is that? That works to a dollar, $1.75 a share. Your $2 range. I wouldn't like that. I don't think management would accept it, but I do think they'd put it out for a shareholder vote. So that exposes everybody to, I guess, a simple majority gets that done. That doesn't excite me. But on the other hand, I think if Microsoft made a low bid offer, it would probably be in the 1 billion to 2 billion range. So call it a $1.5 billion, which is still too low. But it gets you in the $7 range, which I personally think is too low. So to get to that $60 target that I think is defensible over time, it might be you're switching from the car to a train to get there, or from the car to an aeroplane to get there. You get what I mean? It might be a 2-stage trip. You might be switching from Railtown to Microsoft to get to that valuation. And I really don't see Microsoft going up 10x. I suppose it could. Could Microsoft go to $5,000 a share? I guess. I think if TELUS were to buy it while TELUS is at, say, $12, I think TELUS could go to $60. That's 5x. If, I don't know, if Intel were to buy Railtown, I think it'll be speculative as hell, but I think Intel could give you 10x from here. So, yes, you have I would much rather see Microsoft pay $55 a share in Microsoft, or $60 a share in Microsoft stock, than $6 a share in Microsoft stock. Why? Because we get the increase now. I think what will save us from a low price is a bidding war. So as long as Corey doesn't accept a can I say quiet period? As long as he doesn't accept exclusivity, I'll put this, I love your offer. We want to work with Microsoft. I'll put it to a shareholder vote. And Microsoft says, while you're getting that vote, you can't, no other offers can come in. As long as he doesn't agree that, I think the bidding war, which I think will happen, will take care of itself. So I think it's a valid concern, Dave Vanderwerf. And maybe when you meet Ann Vandersteel, you can have progeny called Vanderwerfsteel, Vandersteelwerf. I can't make it doesn't work. I keep trying. Steve, hi, how are you? Shirley Fortress, Steph Whipless on deck, Strainer Dior. I hope that's not some sort of curse, but you are a very lovely person. Thank you for your comment. Don't know what it means. Chuck Jonal, GTII. Well, I just talked about GTII, but I think GTI is worthless. I think it's going to remain worthless. If for some reason the current whales, the current receiver, and the current CEO and proposed company come in, I think the best starting point will be 85% goes to the new company and 15% to the current company. But then you've got to raise money, and then you've got to take care of the people who put up money to fight. You got to take care of the receiver. So I think, that 85-15 will probably at least be diluted down to where we're at maybe 5 or 7%, or it starts out at 5% to us, and that's called a cram down. And so whatever you think you have, and I own GTI, but whatever you think you have in GTI, and however the sugar plums are, you're going to own. Collectively, we might own less than 1 or 2% of those sugar plums. And then you own a percentage of that, It's just not even worth wasting your mind on. Write it off. If they come for money, they're going to have a prospectus and they're going to ask you. And then you can read that prospectus. You're going to have a pretty clear standing what percentage you own, and you can commit new money to a new story. But I would suggest to you, whatever that new story is, if it's still under $5 and still on the OTC, it's going to be destroyed. So they're going to do a reverse split. And they're going to ask you for new money. And it may make sense. But if you're going to put new money into a new story, isn't that just like studying a new story? You don't have to make back the money you lost in GTII by investing more into a new iteration of GTII. GTI is wiped out. It is wiped out for our purposes, and I own the stock. They won. They won. That's my opinion. DeVillio, whomever bought MTLP when it illegally started trading again gets nothing, period. Well, that's an argument that if you sit on your ass and do nothing to move your MMTLP to NextBridge to claim over the last 3 years what's been readily available, that somehow the regulators are going to say, well, anybody that bought stock that of MMTLP in the open market gets nothing. It should just be the stock that Torchlight people had at the beginning. Well, it ignores a couple of things. Torchlight people may have sold the MMTLP in a normal process. Well, I'm going to sell this. Well, the buyer is going to assume they're buying something that the Torchlight people sold. How do you recreate all that? And then the other thing you're assuming is that the people buying MMTLP in the, I agree with you, the falsely created trading don't deserve to rely on what they were told and what their broker brokered for them. I don't think there's a regulator on the planet who's going to come down in agreement with you. I think the only thing you can do to protect your account is get up out of your chair and go to the phone, call your broker, and say, I would like to transfer my MMTLP to NextBridge. You're not giving up anything. You're not giving up the right to a settlement, and you're picking up the ability to participate maybe in 5 years, but you're least in an oil and gas company. Now, the system is going to try to create a publicly traded NextBridge, therefore they can dump all of this effluent called MMTLP into the clean water of NextBridge and turn it into an open air sewer. And maybe you'll participate that way. But if Greg can keep it private, he should, and you're going to give up. Right now, because of everybody's hesitancy, your MMTLP has 2 ways of paying you off. One, you'd switch it to NextBridge without giving up your right to a settlement, And therefore, if NextBridge works, you get paid off that way, regardless of settlement. It seems like you get two for the price of one, or you can stay in MMTLP and get one for the price of one, which is if there's a settlement, I'll be included. Well, you're going to be included in NextBridge anyway, but you're not going to, in MMTLP, you are not going to be included in any results in NextBridge as long as NextBridge stays private. Yes, the open air sewer angle remains. I suppose that's the third way. But remember, as long as the criminals are in play, they can take all good news that drilling in South Louisiana creates, as long as it's not gigantic, and they can flood that clean flowing river with effluent and turn it into a almost standstill open air sewer that nobody wants to fish in or swim in or bathe in. But they'll keep the price down. It's up to you. I don't see why you would expose. Why do you want to continue being a victim? You may not make your money back, but by moving to NextBridge before everyone else does, and the best case scenario is for Grad to remain a private company, so they can't do this share dump. I don't know why you'd remain a victim when you have the tools to move. And remember, the attorneys on the other side are not idiots. The bad people attorneys, they're going to say, Your Honor, my client contends that DeVillio had a chance for 3 years, Your Honor, over 3 years, over 40 months, in order to request at his responsibility to move MMTLP to NextBridge. We assert, Your Honor, in reference to Laidlaw v. Sydney's Sugar Puss in 1848, that plaintiff gave up their right to transfer by abandoning that right, and by their inactivity, my client, Your Honor, no longer has a responsibility to honor that one-for-one transfer. Surely, Your Honor, you cannot expect an august firm such as Morgan Stanley to leave open a right to transfer for 4 years. And I think they'll get some attraction on that. Adele just got off the phone with Fidelity, not allowing me to transfer to Equinity AST. Well, I think Fidelity is one of the firms in trouble. Remember, Adele, and this is the risk of waiting. It's not the totality of shares. Eventually, Fidelity runs out of those street name shares. So Fidelity might have had 5 million shares, but they allowed to be sold into their system 50 million shares. Well, the first 5 million that show up, that's all they have. And they don't have a way of counterfeiting it, because they can't go into the open market and buy any stock, they can't hypothecate it. So it may be, Adela, that Fidelity has run out of shares to transfer. So you might be, you haven't read, you haven't heard your fortune. It says you're shit out of luck. And maybe you are with Fidelity. So one thing you could do is transfer your position to another firm, but I'm not sure another firm is going to take on that responsibility. These are the things, by delaying, you expose yourself to. I would guess that Fidelity, as one explanation, ran out of shares. That doesn't mean other brokerage firms have run out of shares. Look, it's been a while since I moved mine, but E-Trade / Morgan Stanley, although I think maybe when I transferred, maybe Morgan Stanley hadn't purchased it yet. I don't know. Can't remember. But they didn't run out of shares. So maybe Fidelity, maybe you waited too long. I would keep asking, squeaky wheel and whatnot, because you're just talking to a clerk. Or maybe see if you can transfer it to another firm, but they may say, well, it's too late. We have a policy that only our clients that owned it at the time. I don't know. It's one of the risks of waiting. And I couldn't have been clearer all along about that risk, by the way. Individual broker by individual broker. But people listen to Double D, they're going to have that problem. Now, don't give up. Don't give up. There are class action suits going on. There are efforts to have regulatory agents settle. But you know what? I'd go back, Adele, in writing. I'd put it in writing. This is my request to transfer X number of shares of MMTLP. I'd attach, whatever news announcement or filing or explanation from FINRA as per attached. This is my request to transfer 1-for-1 to NextBridge. And having spoken with Xfinity, I know there are still shares available at the transfer agent. And I expect an answer to my request, and I expect you to get this done immediately. If it costs you money, it costs you money. And just start putting pressure on them. Put it in writing. Put it in writing. Because then, Adela, you have asked and they denied it. I think that is harm. And particularly since there's shares available at Xfinity, that shows that Fidelity sold more shares than they owned. And I think you have proof of a claim. But I think you should put it in writing if you can stand to take the time. I know for me, those kind of sitting down and one finger typing a letter, it's like, ugh. But if you do it, I think you'll get rewarded. Don't give up. Many others on X are saying the same thing. Just Fidelity or other brokerage houses? My belief and information is there are still shares available in size, I mean, tens of millions at the transfer agent. So that means there's a brokerage firm somewhere that didn't oversell their position, or that clients inside of that brokerage firm haven't asked for all their shares yet of NextBridge. It could be that what's the term in Watergate? The limited hangout. It could be that all the brokerage firms have decided to get together and just are colluding. That's fraud. So the more letters that are out there, the more things that can be sent to West Christian or whoever's fighting it to get a settlement. Unfortunately, I think it has to be put in writing, mainly because your honors around the world don't accept hearsay evidence. A taped message, on a message machine, I think can be evidence, but I'm not sure taping your own phone call is evidence. Adelep is making the leap, Silver Skyrocket, that brokers, plural, are no longer allowing transfers. All Adelep really knows for sure right now, in my opinion, is that Fidelity is not allowing transfers. But that doesn't mean Adelep is wrong either. To me, it's not proven that all brokers are not allowing transfer. I would imagine TradeStation and Fidelity are not allowing it, because we know that Anna filed a lawsuit because of TradeStation. So maybe those two. But do we know that Ameritrade is no longer allowing? Or do we know that, I don't know, E.D. Jones is no longer allowing? I don't know. Mike Wentz, when the brokerages were allowing transfers, it was charging to do so. Yeah, when I first called E-Trade, they wanted, to my memory, something like $250 an account. When I called back and I explained and I went into detail, the second time I called, they made the first transfer for free. The second one, I think they charged me $60, which, when you think of it, they are overnighting instructions to the transfer agent, and they overnighted something. Oh, I think they overnighted the certificate to me because I said I wanted it. And then there was another, anyway, there were 2 or 3 overnights that they paid for. So $60 seemed a fair recompense. Why would I pay a brokerage who sold the fraudulent shares more money? Well, I think to get a real asset. MMTLP is not a real asset. You're just banking on that you'll be able to submit that to a class action lawsuit or to some fairy godmother or knight in shining armor who's going to somehow get the corrupt system to cough up money to you. If you pay $60 and you move your MMTLP, which is your right, to NextBridge, when NextBridge, through dint of effort and commitment to succeed, and with the CEO putting up his own money, you get a reward in NextBridge. You may find out that NextBridge shares are worth more than any ultimate settlement in MMTLP. Look, that drilling program in southern Louisiana could lead to provable $10, $15 a share in net asset value, which, if he lets the system cause his stock to publicly trade, they might suppress. But ignoring that for now, it may be worth $10, $15 a share on its way, because you developed the property, to $25 a share. Well, the settlement or the proposed restitution from Wall Street might only be $1.50. And you'll have a choice if you own NextBridge shares. I think I'll stick with. I'm not gonna sign up for that settlement. I'm gonna go ahead and keep my shares at $25 a share. Or the settlement, they still want your release. The settlement might be, if you give up your claim to NextBridge shares, we're going to pay you $2 a share. But if you keep your NextBridge shares, we will pay you net after legal fees. We'll pay you $1 a share, or 50, 75 cents a share if you sign a release. Why wouldn't you give yourself that optionality? And isn't it worth paying $60 for that? I think you're just being stubborn. But I also know that you were fed a line of BS for 2 years, 3 years by Double D. And if he doesn't convince you, he's going to talk over you. And he's not going to stop. And he's got a bunch of people that are going to chime in and laugh and ridicule. And by the end, you're going to think he knows better than I do. He doesn't know better than you do. He's being promised a huge bounty, as I heard, I can't prove it, to get you to do the pleasings of the shorts. RLAIF. I think you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to transferring to Equinity AST. It's just not being allowed by the brokerage now. You could be right, but I know that Fidelity's in trouble, and they've got potentially, the lawyers may have physical evidence of fraud on the part of Fidelity, and I know TradeStation is in trouble. But it's possible you're right, but I was successful in transferring my shares, and I met at least one person in the process right now of transferring shares. I forgot to ask him what account he had. So you at least have to admit that your assumption that just because Fidelity won't allow you to do it, it may not automatically mean that all brokerage firms are not allowing it. Fidelity may have run out of shares to transfer. So but on the other hand, you may be right. I may not know what I'm talking about. Adela, you are definitely not up to date on MMTLP. Well, yeah, that's probably right. But on the other hand, Adela, to extrapolate that because Fidelity is not honoring your request, that means all the other 95 or 105 brokerage firms that are in this situation are not going to honor the request on behalf of their shareholders, I don't think there's proof for your conclusion. There's no way that you've spoken to the, I think it's 105 brokerage firms. It might be 100 or 95. There's no way you've spoken to them all. There just is no way you've spoken to them all. So that's my contention. But it doesn't mean your two statements that I'm not up to date and that Fidelity won't do it aren't right. I grant you that. Mike Wentz, I think the brokerages can't transfer the shares because they don't have any legitimate shares to transfer. Yes, but that doesn't mean every brokerage firm. Because somebody has legitimate shares to transfer. They're all in DTCC, but there's no transparency. There's no blue sheet. There's no way to calculate it. But if Xfinity still has unclaimed shares, then ipso facto, there are brokerage firms with extra shares. But going to RLAIF, maybe they have all the brokerage firms have a limited hangout. They're all co-conspirators to stop. But I don't see that. I don't think there's any way that, Davenport Securities is going to help out Fidelity by joining in on fraud. I just don't see it. So I think it's unfortunate that RLAIF waited too long to ask, obviously. But I don't think others should not attempt to ask other brokerage firms. That's my opinion. But if you want to just assume that RLAIF's experience now at Fidelity means it's not worth your while to simply ask at your brokerage firm, well, that's up to you. I think his extrapolation is incorrect. But all of the brokerage firms might be colluding, but man, after the fact collusion, that is a big hornet's nest, man. I don't think that's the case. It doesn't make any sense to me. So, you're right, Mike, that one by one, they may have run out of shares, but somebody's got extra shares or legitimate shares, as you put it. Mike Wentz, just order the blue sheets and get an accurate share count. Well, they're not giving that. It should have been done a long, long time ago. They've asked for it. As you may well imagine, Wall Street's not giving it up. Ann Wagner, the twit, read obviously something written by Goldman Sachs. She is not in favor of the consolidated audited trail because, oh my gosh, it puts your privacy at risk. Guys, you can't even go into the restroom at a airport with having dozens of facial recognition scans. You can't drive down the highway in many places. There's no privacy anymore. But she wants to protect yours. Nah. She's protecting her real clients, Goldman Sachs and Larry Fink and Bob Stink and Stephen Black and Stevie Cohen and et cetera, et cetera. I don't know the guy that runs, I can't remember his name. It used to be Blankenfield. I don't know who it is now. Richard K. RLAIF, you are definitely not up to date on ADP. You got that right. Bill has given up on MMTLP for a while. It could be true. But I didn't see any of you guys down there. I don't think it's true I gave up, but you're right. I can be out of the loop. A woman there told me that the brokers are not allowing the transfer, and I didn't. She was busy. Well, she dismissed me, but then she came back to me later and talked with me. So I don't agree that just because I'm out of the loop, that the conclusion that because Fidelity is not giving shares, that other brokerages will not do so. It would be insane for other brokerage firms to join in Fidelity's fraud. That's my opinion. And you don't need to be up to date to have that opinion. But you're right. You're right. You're right. I don't know what that means. Mike Wentz at the at the risk that repeating those numbers have some slang meaning that I'm not going to repeat them. A bad meaning. Silver Adelap. I transferred to AST when it became an option to do so. It wasn't recently. And I agree that's true. I think I transferred mine January of my first block. I transferred 2 Januaries ago. I have the certificates. And the second block I transferred 2 Augusts ago. So it may have changed by now. It may have changed. And frankly, when I did it, I had this anxiety. I better get it done before they sell out. And I was worried that E-Trade wouldn't have enough shares available. And in fact, a couple of times when I called on the second transfer, they told me we can't do it. We don't have the shares. Mr. Ferrand, I'm sorry, we can't do it. And I'd call in again. And I think I got that answer 2 or 3 times. And I said, look, it's unacceptable to me. Do you know why you're saying that? Well, and I went through it. Well, let me call you back. Mr. Ferrand, is this William Ferrand? That's not how to say my name. I did have a discussion with our corporate situations department, our corporate, I have such a Joe Biden brain, our corporate actions department. And we're going to transfer your shares. These are the forms you have to fill out. First thing you do is you have to tell us to move the shares from your IRA to your regular account and sign this acknowledgement. And then you have to give us written request or whatever it was. And I hustled down to FedEx and I got both things overnighted to them. And once they started that process, which I'd say it took 45, 60 days to actually get them to start it. But I think the certificate came to me within 6 weeks, and I got both. So that's why I'm responding back to the Adelap. I got the answer at E-Trade, which became Morgan Stanley. I got the answer. We can't do it. We're not allowed to do it. But I was just talking to somebody that was reading a script. And when I pressed turns out I got someone very helpful. He said, oh, we have no problem. We can do it. We can do it. As many shares. It was a different story. Obviously, that person was reading a different script because they didn't want any lawsuits, I guess. But yeah, Silver, Red Pepper Ronnie makes a good point. My experience was at least a year and a half ago. So things may have changed, which is why I kept adamantly saying, please do it. Please do it. Don't listen to Double D. At some point, you're not going to be able to do it. But people listen to Double D. Now, Double D has made a lot of assurances to you that he can't fulfill on. One is that you're entitled. You're not entitled to jack crap once the shares are gone. And you're not entitled to a settlement. It's just the way it is. The only thing Wall Street promised you was for every share of MMTLP you owned, you get 1 share of Nextbridge. That's it. That's it. That's all Wall Street promised you. That's all they have to deliver. Once you give that right up, you're not entitled to anything. Now, then come the lawsuits. Then come the lobbying. Then comes the press conferences about fraud. And yes, if you can prove either in court or in the court of public opinion that the whole bloody thing is fraudulent, and you can prove fraud, that Jessica Hopper fraudulently halted trading at the request, and the SEC knew about it because FINRA was short shares of MMTLP. Well, you just hit the mother lode. But you got to prove it. And it's got to go in before a court. And they're going to fight it. And they're going to offer a settlement. And they know every trick in the book. And Wes Christian's going to run out of money. And he's going to have to sell down the settlement one more time to an investor. And it'll take 3 or 4 years, and maybe the politics will change. Maybe there will be an Obama judge or a Clinton judge or a Bush judge that has no agreement with Trump judges. You just don't know. You think that the legal system is righteous and you're going to get your day in court. I submit to you, it just doesn't happen. Sometimes, I guess, something happens. The best way to have exposure to upside is to own Nextbridge and just skip all this crap. But you know what, Adela, if the SEC or if Roth Capital requires that Nextbridge is public and Nextbridge is under $5 and it needs to raise more money, they'll FUCK the whole thing anyway. I hope that between now and when Nextbridge raises money, and by the way, your comment, Richard, is incorrect. Richard, respectfully, Delap, you got that right. Bill has given up on MMTLP for a while. Richard, you don't always know anything. Although I do agree that I focused out. But I just spoke to Greg. I can look it up, but I think it was 2 weeks ago. Maybe it was 3 weeks ago. I had a long conversation with him. So I would argue that I am up to date from the horse's mouth. But you can have a different opinion on it. Adelep, I haven't heard of anyone getting a transfer recently at all. See, okay. So that, what years ago, what would happen is you would get compliance would put out a notice, and I'd have the operations manager knock on my door when I had a private office, or come to my desk when I was younger, and or send me we didn't have email back then, but you could get a phone call or a message. Bill, see me. So I'd have to go to Bert's office, or I'd have to go to Pat's office, or the worst thing, I'd have to go to David's office. And I'd wait in line. Pat puffed his cigarettes, and he's going through everything. And he's like, and then I'd have to stand there and wait while he's on a call. And well, we just got this notice from whomever that this position you have in your account, they're doing thus and thus and thus, and we have some concerns, and we just want to know that you're not soliciting any more trade, or whatever it was. So it's possible, Adele Lap, that compliance somewhere put out a warning, and it went out to everybody. Or it's possible that FINRA gave an alert to all brokerage houses. For that matter, it could happen with the SEC. It's funny, I would interpret that actually in a positive way, that if for example, FINRA or the SEC put out, please don't distribute any more share, don't honor any more transfer requests. If that's policy, I would actually say that indicates that they're trying to come to some sort of resolution, as everyone puts it, or settlement, because otherwise it's fraudulent, it's collusion. So I'd actually, if that's the case, and it's a big guess, I'd much rather hear from somebody that requested a transfer from trying to think of brokerage firms out there, from and there's not that many brokerage firms anymore, from E.J. Jones or E.D. Jones. And they said, well, I don't think they own any of the stock. How about, anyway, I'd rather hear it from another brokerage firm first. But Adelep, I will accept your, you've been on the space call, so and I would agree with Richard K. in that sense. I haven't been, so your information may be better than mine. I will freely admit that. But for my, before I'm willing to give up, if I were at a different brokerage firm, I would try again. And even at Fidelity, it's like going to a hotel and they say, sir, we have no rooms for tonight and this weekend. But I got a confirmed reservation. Well, no, sir, we don't have your name, and there are no rooms here. Well, I've gone, I'm going to such and such conference, and when I booked this, all the hotels were sold out. Well, sir, we can't help you. Well, hang on a minute, sir. Could you step aside? No, I don't. If you can just wait, I want to show you the confirmation that I received. Okay, sir. Scroll down, show an email. There's the confirmation I received. Well, let me look at that. Well, it's the right date, and it comes from such and such travel agent, and it's your name. Well, sir, hold on a minute. We'll tell the line to hold on. I'm going to go back to the office, and he goes back to his boss, and she comes out and she says, well, may I see some ID? Well, we can give you, this happened to me, by the way, in Denver. We can give you the presidential suite for the week, no extra cost. And I said, damn, I wish I had a girl with me. But that's what I got. I got the presidential suite. I had more bathrooms that I knew what to do with. I had couches and TVs and conference table and kitchen and refrigerators and bedrooms. But my point is, if you're the squeaky wheel, they do have some extra shares. So even if Fidelity said no, I'd still raise the stink. But people have different ways. I think it's a mistake to leave your position in MMTLP. But by chance, by luck, maybe NextBridge becomes public and everything's a piece of crap and it all gets mixed in. So the wells that make NextBridge on its own be worth $10 or $15 a share get diluted by all this sewage, and the market presses it down, and it's all worth $2. So your MMTLP comes up, NextBridge shares come down, and you can argue that that's a better result. But I think it's irresponsible, but I understand it. And I also understand the contention that I don't know I'm not up to date. I accept that. Snoopy, thank you for today. Thank you, Snoopy. Mike Wentz, the crap you are talking about is the evidence of the crime. Well, I appreciate your tone. I assume it's not addressed to me. Evidence of a crime does not mean that you're going to get an equitable settlement or any settlement at all. But if you want to take that chance, you're not going to do anything. Further, if NextBridge is successful on its own and does not go public, and the stock goes between now and settlement, let's say settlement's in 4 years, and between now and settlement, NextBridge goes to $30 a share, you may rather be in NextBridge than getting a settlement. But it's not worth arguing about. I think I've made my point. Mike Wentz, why were the brokerages allowed to cancel and backpedal trades that were marked confirmed too late to cancel? I agree with you. I saw trades. I saw one. It was printed out, so I don't have evidence, so you have to trust me. But I think it said 2,400. And it was, I said, oh, that must have been pre-market. No, it was during the day. It was after 9:30. I think it was 2,400. And then somebody said there's orders that they have records of as high as 24,000. So I agree with you, Mike. There was going to be a squeeze. And Jessica Hopper stopped the squeeze. But if what I saw was, I have no reason to believe it was fraudulent. But I think it's a big ask to assume that the SEC or FINRA or Congress is going to come to Wall Street and ask them to settle everything at $2,400 a share or $24,000 a share when it could cause brokerage firms to topple. I mean, you're a better man than I, Gunga Din, if you think so. And I do agree with you. It's evidence of a crime. And it's evidence of fraud. And it shows that Jessica Hopper was wrong. But I mean, I can come up with scenarios where the lawyers from the other side will say, Your Honor, my client, Jack Spratt Brokerage, we canceled those trades because we were in receipt of instructions from FINRA, which we believe on, we know on belief, we think on belief and information was supported by the SEC, that Jessica Hopper on that morning ruled that the stock, because any trades that day would not qualify to settle by the cutoff date, she made the ruling that no trades were going to happen on Thursday. So, Your Honor, we acted in good faith based on instructions from FINRA. Well, then the brokerage firm's out of the loop. Then you go to FINRA, which is a private company. I don't remember what they have in their assets, $2 billion. I don't remember, but their limit of exposure is up to 2 billion. But I guarantee you, somewhere in their formation documents and somewhere via Congress, the lobbyists got immunity to prosecution. So I love your reasoning, I do, but I'm skeptical that you're going to find any payout at those levels, for sure. It is evidence of a crime, though, Mike. You're absolutely correct. JL, at $500 a share, that would be fair. Well, you're right. If they find fraud, and if Mike is, and I think he is correct, that there were shares traded at astronomical prices. If a judge rules that evidence is not only evidence of a crime, but it's enough evidence that people who would have known how to trade short settlement, because they couldn't trade regular way settlement. And I think that's a hurdle too. I think the other attorneys are going to say, Your Honor, most people didn't know that they had to trade next day settlement. But anyway, we'll leave that apart. If you find a judge that ruled that the fraud was there, and that, or a jury, even better, a jury would do it, that it should all be 2,500 or higher, well, then maybe you settle at 500 a share. But I think you're going to find the arbitration agreements that were signed by clients mean that clients cannot bring this case. And I've checked with attorneys. I do not believe fraud vitiates the arbitration agreements. But you know, we can all have different opinions of that. And so if a judge goes along with that, the other side is going to appeal, and it's going to go to the next court. If they agree, the other side's going to appeal, and it's going to go boom, boom, boom to the Supreme Court. And maybe by then, a multi-billion or even $100 billion or $200 billion settlement, which I used to believe, if you listen to me, I used to believe the system could have to do, might happen. But man, why would you leave that as your only way out? Why would you do that? Why wouldn't you try to get two ways out? One is by Nextbridge performing, and two is this avenue. Because you're not one, if you move MMTLP to Nextbridge, Nextbridge's upside does not preclude participating in a settlement. However, if you own MMTLP and you cannot move it to Nextbridge, that does preclude participating in Nextbridge. And it doesn't make any sense to me, guys. It just does not make sense to me that, let's say there's 40 million shares unclaimed at the transfer agent. There's no common sense reason that those shares don't belong to somebody. They don't belong to the company. And I tell you, brokerage firms might work with each other, but they're in competition with each other too. And they want clients, and they don't want to commit fraud. It does not make sense to me, just on a common sense basis, and you can accuse me of being a dunderdeck, but it just doesn't make sense to me. Until the transfer agent runs out of shares. And you know who you could call? Maybe I'll do it tomorrow. You can call the transfer agent and ask them. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. Let me write that down. I will. I don't know about tomorrow, but I will call them. But I agree, Ella, that would be a fair settlement. But the other side's going to go kicking and screaming, and they got a lot of money, a lot of attorneys, a lot of stall tactics. Because remember, that would be precedent. That would spill over to the silver markets, the gold markets, the mortgage markets, the government bond markets, the others. If they paid 500, they're not going to admit wrongdoing, but then, and they're not going to disclose anything, but then other attorneys are going to come after them on other stocks. You'll start a whole industry of class action lawsuits for every stock in existence. I just don't see any judge, maybe a judge, but I don't see Ann Wagner or Congress or the SEC or brokerage firms voluntarily wiping themselves out. So anyway, Hey, PS71. Hello, Sir Bill. Lot going on today. Hey, I know, fucking 80. Sorry for my language. $85 an ounce. I had a gentleman um, who, damn it, that's a triple. But anyway, all right. I think Ann went well at the SEC. So now that silver's $85 and I don't own it, I think it's clearly going to go over 100. It'll go to 125. Will it go to 150? Probably. It'll double from here. It'll double. But they will fight back. There will be a day where they crash it down and it scares the hell out of you. So people buying it at 85 can be shaken out. But it breaks my heart. I mean, I really had a plan with a guy to go in and buy silver, and he missed it. But it's not his fault. It's the same kind of thing that we had to deal with Railtown. It's bureaucratic fault. It's not his fault. Anyway, life is thus. Life is such. Oh, sorry, I didn't finish what you said. We just need to get Railtown up and running. Thanks for all you do. Yeah, I think Railtown has a good chance of doing what silver did, and it's almost the exact same numbers. Silver ran from $16 to like 32, pulled back to 22 or 23, ran to 38, pulled back to I don't remember, 28, ran to 42, pulled back in the 30s, and then it finally punctured 52 and a half. I think Railtown's going to do a similar thing. I think Railtown, of course, I'm ignoring what it did a year ago, but from June, I got in when I had my urgency. I got in at around 36 cents, 37. But then I was talking to everybody, you guys, and some of you got in at something like 22 cents. So I actually paid the high for the short run, and it pulled back to 22. It ran up into the 38s, pulled back a bit, ran up in the 40s, pulled back a bit, ran up in the 50s, pulled back, went somewhere in there to 69, pulled back. The only difference is, unlike silver, Railtown pulled back quite a bit, ran back up to 60 cents, and then for 6 months has been on a downward walk down to 25 cents for a lot of reasons: tax loss selling, the criminals needed to show their profit so they can get their funding this year, all sorts of reasons. And we know that the buyers are in the penalty box, if you want to call it that. They're in timeout anyway. So I think what's going to happen now, and this could happen to silver, by the way. Silver, if it were to go to 100, 125, and the markets crash, silver could come all the way down to $25, $28 in a sell-off. Personally, I don't think it'll happen. I think it'll come back to 50 or maybe 52 or maybe 55, maybe to 48. But that's I just have a disagreement with other prognosticators. But it could happen. So what we've seen in Railtown is this sell-off, like silver could have in a market crash. We've seen a crash in Railtown. It's come all the way back to 25 cents. Well, silver I'm telling you, that's the scary thing. In a sell-off, they could get it all the way down to 25. And I'm telling you, some of you will just dump it because that's what emotions do. But I don't, if it were to happen to silver, that's the last time you're ever going to be able to buy it under 50, and certainly under 100. Silver is going to 1-for-1 with gold. And gold's going to 20,000, 40,000. Silver's going to be brilliant, but that's the next run. I think Railtown, once the story is told widely, once news comes out that lifts the prohibition to buying for those that already know the story, I think Railtown could go, using pennies, it can go from 25 cents to 38 cents in a matter of hours, and it can pull back a little bit and then go from maybe 32 cents, 30 cents to 60 cents. Again, going back to silver, going from 48 through 52 to $60. And then from 60 cents, it may pull back, but it goes to 80 cents. Or 85 cents, your $85 number in silver. Now you're in new high territory. And once it's there, I think it goes to $1, $100 for silver. And then I think it can punch through to $1.25, $1.50. I personally, anything that gets it there, I don't think it's pulling back. But as long as the heaviness actors are still acting, they may pull it back to $1, like silver going to 150 and coming back to 100. But then I think Railtown, remember, Railtown has to get to a price where institutions and retirement funds are allowed to buy it. That might be $2, that might be $5, depending on the institution. But also the news has to get out to allow research reports, to allow buying, and that could take a little while. But once it starts, there's no reason for it to pull all the way back. Once Maverick says we're going to buy 10% of the company, I'm making it up, or Ulmer's Venture says we're going to buy 10% of both, they're not going to suddenly turn into day traders. So what would be the analogy in silver? I suppose it would be similar to silver going to $500 to $600 an ounce in the next 90 days, which is possible. Look, silver is going to become unobtainable. And when they cannot deliver silver on the futures markets, you could have silver not able to be purchased. And it could open gap up, or whatever they call it in the commodities markets, every day for a month. And that's the damnable part, that I wasn't able to get this guy into silver. It would be fun to have that position. But you got to go with where you are. Anyway, I think Railtown's going to outperform silver. There's a risk that silver busts out. I mean, to have Ann Vanderweel talking about it is what I projected to. It's what I hate. Everybody's talking about silver. When I presented it to my friend, nobody was talking about it. I think he was even hesitant, but he didn't have capital at the time to do anything. But the time to act is when nobody's talking about it. Now everybody's talking about it. And typically when everybody's talking about it, it's a good time to take the countervailing view, at least in the short run, that it could be volatile to the downside. But what would wipe that contrarian view off the map is if, you know, Apple Computer stood for delivery at the London Bullion Exchange, and they said, we don't have it. We declare a force majeure. We're going to give you cash. Silver would be $500 or $600 before you could ever buy it again. It might be $1,000 before it trades again. So silver will become unobtainable. It'll become the hottest investment story since Bitcoin. But right now, unfortunately, Railtown's taking longer than I thought. And I'm not convinced that number one, Railtown's pulled back. So I think it's a bad time to sell anyway. But I'm also not convinced that Railtown isn't about to make a move that will blow past silver so far. And Railtown in and of itself will become a story. But I'm also not convinced yet that the banks, the government, the Fed, national security won't suppress silver again successfully and possibly be able to puncture it through stop limit orders and possibly be able to lay on paper silver sales to bring it, let's say it goes to 125, and they can bring it back prior to a market crash, bring it back crashing down under 100 and under 85, and it goes down to 70 or 75. You're not going to enjoy that. If you don't own silver, I think you got to buy it. But I think the volatility in silver is coming, and you can't ignore it. So I think mining shares are probably a better place to be. There's ETFs. I will give you targets on those ETFs. I think I have them right here. No, I misplaced it. I'll do that. I'll do that tomorrow. But all the ETFs will run because there's people, as everybody knows the story, there's going to be a mania. So maybe you can trade the ETFs. I'll try to give you targets on that tomorrow. I don't even remember all the symbols. But if I had to guess, and it's just a guess, and it's hard to go against the crowd. And I'm not saying it'll happen from $85. It might happen from $110. But if I had to guess, they're not going to let silver get above 100 maybe. And they are going to suppress it again. And there'll be a sell-off, and some people will have stop limit orders go off, and others will say, oh, phew, I guess that's not the place to be. That's the risk right now at these prices. When it was $25, $20, $18, $32, it was a bloody slam dunk purchase. But now it comes with volatility. I still think it's a slam dunk silver purchase if you have it a 1 year, well, 1.5, 2 year time frame. And if you have a 5 year time frame, it's likely there's no asset other than maybe AI, but it's likely there's no better asset to survive the next 5-10 years than silver. But everything's cyclical. If silver gets overpriced, you got to act. It is, after all, just a hunk of metal. But if silver, if you have a monster box, like some of you did follow my advice, if you have a monster box and you paid 20 grand for it, you probably paid less, but let's say you paid 20, 25 grand for it. Well, it's a lot of money. But imagine if in, I don't know, 5 years from now, that is worth $500,000. But even better, imagine in a mania, it's worth $5 million. But you're going to be at a point where you're not measuring your wealth in dollars anymore. Everybody's going to be, the move upward is going to be wealth creation, which I think just happened in silver. Wealth creation. And I think Railtown's going to give you wealth creation. But at some point, the move in silver, gold, and other things like that will be just wealth preservation as currencies collapse. And then everybody's going to want it. And there's going to be people in trouble. And imagine if your one box of silver, I'm making it up, in some point in the future, is worth $5 million. And during that time frame, that apartment building next to your local university, privately owned, not by the university, which used to be worth $20 million, collapses to being worth $2.5, $3 million. Imagine you can go exchange your box of silver and buy that apartment building and turn your box of silver into a cash flowing asset next to a university that's going to cash flow for the rest of your life and the rest of your kids' life and the rest of your grandchildren's life. That's what's going to come. But we're not ready for it right now because, number one, Railtown has disappointed so far. And I think it's stupid to sell out of Railtown here to go over into silver. It's just, we missed that. We missed silver. But if Railtown goes to $5 or $6 or $7, you've got 20x on your money or 25x on your money. I think that could happen in the next 90 days. If I'm wrong, it's the next 45 days or the next 120 days. But I think Railtown's going to give you 25x from here. Silver from here in this darn it phase, we missed it. I think maybe it doubles. Unless, there's always a risk. There's always a risk. If silver becomes unobtainable, it's going to go to thousands of dollars, and we missed it. I don't think they're going to let that happen yet. I think they still have military power, corruption power. The bankers still own the Fed. The plunge protection team is there. I think they'll give it at least one more go. But unfortunately, that might be more hope than actual analysis. But if I'm right, and Railtown goes to $6, $7, at that point, whatever your account is, let's say you have, just for ease of analysis, you have 100,000 shares, or let's say you have 40,000 shares of Railtown. 40,000 shares goes to 750. Frankly, I should be able to do that in my head. 40,000 shares goes to 750. You have $300,000, right? Let me just check it. Yeah, 300 grand. It's marginable. I wouldn't necessarily, we'll process the information we know at that time. I wouldn't necessarily sell your Railtown. Hopefully a crash doesn't come, because I believe if it does go to 750, a buyout might be at $15 or $20 or higher if there's a bidding war. And you can get that step up in value into Microsoft stock. Let's say, let me calculate this a different way. It's going to be absurd for the short term, but it could happen. Let's say Railtown went to $12.50 in the next 3 to 4 months. And then let's say at that point, Microsoft offered Microsoft stock at $12.50. Well, that would mean for every I don't know what number to use. That's my problem. Roughly for every 38 shares of Railtown you got 1 share of Microsoft. So in that example, and I'm not giving any premium on the price. So in that example, your 40,000 shares of Railtown become 1,050. Call it 1,000 shares of Microsoft. You get that bump up without paying any taxes. Well, when you have 1,052 shares of Microsoft, let's say it goes to $500, you, oh, damn it, 1,052 times $500 a share. You've got $526,000 account. Well, at that point, we may be able to do some things. We could sell calls on the Microsoft. Maybe, maybe not. We can buy puts on the Microsoft to protect the downside, but we could use the margin maybe to buy a silver ETF, a miner. Not a lot of margin. But oddly, in that example given right there, oddly, 40,000 shares of Railtown right now are worth 10 grand. If you sold half and bought silver with 5,000 right now, you only have exposure in your account half to Railtown. If your account went to $500,000 worth of Microsoft stock, to take 5 grand against that is 1% of your account at that point. So anyway, I'm hopeful that we can do things to get you exposed to silver before it is unobtainium. And thank you for saying thank you. No, thank you. MWQ8PC. I haven't heard any recent thoughts on when the bulls will be returning to ZJYL. Do you have any thoughts to share? Well, I don't know why you think they're going to, but that finally gives me a quote that can drop genius off the hopper. ZJYL. 24 cents. Okay. Number one, if you're still in it and you haven't gotten out, part of the blame's on you. But ZJYL was as high as $1.12 over the last 52 weeks. I'm trying to remember how high it was prior to that. And I think the projections were huge, like 100 or 150 or 300 or something. I owned this, and I thought it traded higher than $1.12. But this says the 52-week range was $1.12. Let me get a chart. It's so horrible when you get judged by an investor on the one thing they did buy, but not on the other thing you were so adamant about, but they were unable to buy. It's just life, I guess. It's just life. Oh yeah, so it was higher. Maybe it was over a year ago. Yeah, that's where I remember it. $3, $4, $5. I think people were buying at $3, $4, $5, and it ran up to 12 and 13. I think that's when I owned it, up in that range. The $3, $4, $5, $6. Then it pulled back. I might have owned it again in June, around $1. I don't remember. I'd have to reconstruct it. So anyway, my thoughts are, if you're still in it, a little bit of that's on you. My other thought, looking at this chart, is it's not a bad chart. If it looks like it's it's not a great chart, don't get me wrong, but it's traded through two of the moving averages, the 50 and the 20-day, and those are about to give a bullish cross. That the stock broke through. I always forget what color is for which one. It broke through the 50-day moving average and the 200-day moving average. Let me make sure I'm reading it correctly. No, it broke through the 50-day and the 20-day moving average. The 20 days about to make a bullish cross, and it pulled through, which is resistance. Now it's testing back. It's stopped on the 20-day. If this, and there's not much volume though, but if this breaks through that, the next place it's going to go is 55 cents. If it breaks through the 200-day moving average of 55 cents, I don't think it's going to happen all at once. But if it breaks through there with volume, it could go sideways for 1 or 2 months, or it could happen quickly. If it breaks through there, the stock could go to $2 or $3. So, it might have a January effect in it, rally. I'm sure a lot of the selling at the end of the year was tax loss selling. So you might have a little bit of a trade. I would treat it as a trade. If you are talking about when are the longs going to come in and break the law, which that's what they're doing, and manipulate the stock price and pay off a buy-side algorithmic, a program computer, and pay off a trader in the Caribbean, and then get their group of offshore guys in Hong Kong and Kuala Lumpur and elsewhere to all start buying again, and maybe a billionaire comes in and gives the bullside trading desk offshore $50 million with which to prime the pump. Then all they have to do is get Ham or somebody else to start talking about the story on his calls, and the stock starts to run. You might get a pop out that gives a squeeze, but also you might just get a stock that runs back to $12, $14, like the last time. And I would say to you, if you hear Ham start talking about ZJYL and you have a little money that you want to throw away, you can buy it. And if he starts talking about it, he'll keep talking about it. He works hard. And maybe that means what I've just said, the longs are going to break the law, colluding and all that. But I'm all for it. Don't get me wrong. You got to play with the same set of tools that the criminals are playing with. And they're offshore. They'll never get caught. You might have a trade, but I wouldn't get greedy. You have to, maybe it's one of the stocks out of hundreds that squeezes to $200. But I would have sold, I should think in your case, you would have sold at least 2/3 to 3/4 of your stock long before it squeezes, if not all of it. Leave the squeeze to somebody else. Anyway, I don't have any idea of when that'll happen. I don't think they have. I don't have any information one way or other, but I think they're working on this Michugana stock. Probably, I have no information. This MGRX. I think there's a heavy problem in Finger that's going to need some attention. Because if they raise money under $1, I don't know. My guess is there's no plans yet, but I tell you, the chart is telling you something. The stock might just be in a January rally. That might be all it is. But as a short-term trade, and I do not recommend trading, but as a short-term trade, you might be able to make a little money in ZJYL. If I had my druthers, you're paying 25 cents for ZJYL that might go to 50 cents, and you're paying 26 cents for Railtown. Railtown in the next 30 days to 120 days might go to $6 or higher. I don't think there's a contest. I really don't think there's a contest. You have to trade ZJYL. You don't even have to trade Railtown. You don't. Just buy it. Get excited when it goes up. When it pulls back, take a deep breath. You don't have to trade Railtown. You have to stay informed, but in all likelihood, you never have to sell Railtown unless you want to be a hotshot day trader. But I think you run the risk of missing the move and not being able to buy back your position. But I would say, my opinion, Railtown gets bought out before all the wealthy people go on their holidays at the end of July and don't come back till the middle of September. I think Railtown gets bought before the end of the summer. I could be wrong. That's my opinion. There's others out there like Two Step that say wait 2 years. Well, you know, you snooze, you lose. He who hesitates is lost. On the other hand, sometimes when you jump in, still waters are deep. I mean, you can come up with all sorts of clever sayings, but I really think you buy Railtown, ZJYL, you're hoping to catch fire. I'd rather sell G's. You can sell your ZJY right now. Add a little money, own that position in Railtown. But if you're stuck with the thought, well, I don't want to take a loss, that's just pride. And love has no pride when I call out your name. That's just pride. Swap ZJYL for Railtown, and you don't have to make another decision. Now, we got to follow the news, follow everything, but Railtown probably gets bought out, my opinion, by Microsoft before the end of the summer. What price? It could be $5 a share. I hope not. Or even less. I mean, I hope not. It could be, though. If they do it next month, you know, it could happen that way. I think Microsoft's too busy to even get around to it. But I think it's also possible that it's at $50, $60. But I also give that low odds. So maybe something, if they do it in the next 6 months, you know, maybe it's in the 2 or 3 billion range. Maybe it's in the $20 range. I don't know. It's really hard to get a handle on what a bidding war would do, when they do it, you know, what the shareholder vote comes out. I mean, it could be a $5 takeover. It could be a $10 takeover. It could be $15, or it could be much higher. But one reason to wait is you don't pay any taxes. If you sell out at $5, you pay taxes. And then you got to get back in. If you just wait and you own Microsoft stock, maybe you don't sell, maybe you do. You pay your taxes then. But CJYL, it's all hot money. It's all zoom. It's all manipulated. You're counting on a group of guys getting together to break the law and hoping it works. There's no wave of money coming in to buy wheelchair companies in China. Is that the one? There's no, you know, $1 trillion being dedicated to private equity companies to invest in Chinese wheelchair companies or whatever the hell it is. There is $1 trillion or more coming in through ETFs and mutual funds and venture capital and through the Mag 7 companies coming into the AI space, into the orchestrations frameworks. And I only know 2 companies doing it. There's another one. I know 4. There's Google GDX. They're not for sale. There's Semantic Kernel. I don't know if they've been bought or not. And there's Langchain, which they're not. You can't invest in them. And there's Railtown. Well, you got $1 trillion coming in or more. You know, a tsunami lifts all boats. There's no tsunami coming into Chinese wheelchair companies. If you get lucky, they're going to manipulate it and you get a ride. That's cuckoo. So long, farewell, adieu. It is late tonight. Cuckoo, cuckoo. I don't know if you own ZJYL, but what a magnificent opportunity to essentially exchange it one share for one share into Railtown. And I think Railtown gives you 25x to $6 or $7 or $8, whatever. And then I think it gives you at least 2 to 3x in a buyout, but it could give you 5x in a buyout further. Why the hell would you muck around with a stock that there's no wave of capital coming in the space? And Railtown is purpose-built, battle-tested, and I still think first in class, first to market, I think, too, even though Lang Cheng technically beat him. Justin Babish, 505 was the signal used on the bid and offer spread of MMTLP to communicate SOS in December. See, there, you prove that I'm not up to date. So that's fraud. But you know what? If they used 505 attorneys, guys, this fraud is not a one-off. It is system-wide. And I would argue Stevie Cohen, Larry Fink, Joe Black, Ken Griffin are all in on it. But that's opinion. And more, obviously. I just don't know other names. All right, so you proved those other guys' point that I'm not up to speed, and I don't mind I don't like not being up to speed, but I don't mind when I don't know something. So that's what 505 meant, SOS. Well, in earth-shaking news, the Rays have acquired Ken Waldichuk and Brett Wisely. All right, Justin. Or maybe it was a different time, like Torchlight or something. But John Berta told the story of 505 on the bid. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I think, I know John Berta, I've never met him, but I've spoken and communicated with him many times. I happen to come down on the side that he's an honest man and a straight shooter, but I don't know. Everybody has their complications, I suppose. But I like John Berta. Justin Babish, to my memory, FINRA has immunity to monetary damages, but not total immunity to prosecution of wrongdoing or to be sued into action. Well, that's a confusing distinction. What other thing is there but monetary damages? And what kind of immunity is an immunity that wouldn't keep everybody out of jail? Total immunity to prosecution of wrongdoing. So I don't think any lawyer is just going to try to prove wrongdoing unless they can get money. Or not to be sued into action. Well, that's interesting. Maybe they could be sued into changing their policies. Okay. But I don't think any attorney's going to do that for free. That's interesting, Justin. I'll have to try to find that out. What is the scope of FINRA's immunity? It's interesting. Supreme action. $5.60 a share would pay off my house. I don't know how many shares you have. Let me just assume you have 1,000 shares times 560. That's 560. So let's say you have 1,000 shares. So, I mean, you can do your own arithmetic, but I'm not asking you to. You can do it yourself. But if you were to own if you were to buy 25,000 shares of Railtown at 26, it would cost you $6,500. If the company were to be bought out by Microsoft, which is my favorite candidate, at $22.50, no, that's not a good number. All right, so that's not going to do it. Let me try it again. So if you have 560,000 in your house, and let's say Microsoft buys the company at $25, you would have to own 22,400 shares. So 22,400 shares times 26. It would cost you $5,000. It costs you almost $6,000. So if you had 22,400 shares of Railtown, cost you $6,000. Call it 22.5. Cost you $6,000. And Microsoft bought the company out at 25. I know it's pie in the sky. You'd be able to pay off your house. What I'm suggesting to you is Railtown gives you a chance to act, because the buyers up in Canada who know the story they're not allowed to act. The rest of Bay Street, Wall Street, the city don't know the story yet. So you have a window within which you can act. If you buy Railtown for really a small price, there's a chance Microsoft buys the company out in a bidding war at $25 this summer. Now, of course, you got to temper your enthusiasm. Maybe they buy it out at $10 or $15. So maybe you buy, instead of buying 22.5 at 26, maybe you go in and buy 40,000 shares at 26 cents, and that costs you $10,000. And then 40,000 shares gets bought out at $15. That's 600,000. Railtown gives you a way to take control of your own account using the knowledge you've learned and beating the bastards at their own game, because Railtown has not done toxic financing. Railtown is not going to do toxic financing. They're not going to destroy their cap table. And they're about to ride a wave. They're going to be one of those little fishes that swim alongside whales and sharks and everything. And as the wave takes these huge leaps because of the tsunami, they're going to be right alongside of it. Ward Richardson, good evening, William and RT crew. William, you wanted to show me something Saturday evening. You found what? What was that? I don't remember. I do have something to show. I'll look, Ward. I'll go through my items, but I'm not probably going to do that tonight because I'm running out of energy. But I will show you something, Ward, from Perplexity that I find very interesting. Mike Wentz, FINRA's immunity goes out the window when they act outside the boundaries of their jurisdiction in criminal. I happen to agree with you on that, but I had an attorney tell me that in securities law, it was a different situation, so maybe it doesn't apply here. But I had that same, and I agree with you. Um, uh, I asked him, well, what about fraud? Wouldn't fraud get rid of all their immunity? He said, no. So I agree with you, but it still has to be proven in court. And you have to get back past the attorneys who are going to work with each other in the future and forget you. You have to get them past settling too cheaply. I don't know. But I do agree with you, Mike. I'm just not sure that their immunity is broken by fraud or criminal actions. You would think so, but it isn't always the case. And I don't, that's another question I'll have to try to find out. Oh, it's Vander Steel, not Vanderweel. Okay, Vander Steel. I wrote it down incorrectly. I don't mean her any disrespect, by the way. Dan Johnson, thanks for stopping by today for MMTLP. Appreciate. Thank you. It's my honor to stop by. Anything, I've said that to Junk and to Busy all along. Anything I can do, I'll do if it's effective. I'm just not going to spin my wheels, but I'll do if it's effective. Adalep, it's not just my assumption. Others on space calls say the same thing. Okay. Okay. It's all other. Is it all other brokers? Well, I take that as a good sign, by the way. But I might be dreaming. But I would take it as a very good sign of the lab that if all the brokers are not issuing shares, that some sort of communique or memo has gone around from various brokerage attorneys and compliance officers alerting the 95 brokers in this situation, do not distribute the shares because we want to come to a settlement. And for those of you who have extra shares, we will make it worth your while. And those that don't, we are going to try to negotiate with the ones that have, and we're going to smooth all this out. And it might be a very positive sign. On the other hand, I think there's going to be an effort to dump all the raw sewage of MMTLP extra sold shares into the publicly traded clean water flowing river of Nextbridge and just destroy. They're not going to quit. But okay, Adelap, then I'll take your word. Then I'm completely wrong. I wouldn't give up asking. I would try to be a squeaky wheel, and I'd put it in writing. But okay, I accept it, Adele. I don't think you're misleading me. Matthew Kohler, do you think they would do a stock for StockX? Yes. I think you're talking about Railtown. I think I'll give you as I think it through. I think Microsoft will try to negotiate a lower price, which as long as Corey doesn't make it an exclusive period to vote on, I think the free market, so to speak, of bidding war will solve that. But I think it'll be share for share. But I think the inducement that one of the bidders could offer to shareholders is cash. Let's say that Microsoft offers a share. Well, I don't think they'll offer a share for share, but let's use it as an example. TELUS, which I think is trading at $13. Maybe TELUS, to win the bid, offers, and let's say Microsoft's bid is $15, but TELUS says, all right, we'll offer 1.5 shares of TELUS per share of Railtown, so it's higher than Microsoft's, and we'll offer 50 cents cash. Well, that's attractive in a couple of ways. One, you get cash and you get the shares. Plus, TELUS at $13 right now, you could see it going, I don't know, about 100, but you could see it going to $60, $70. For me, I have a hard time, but it doesn't mean I'm right. I have a hard time seeing Microsoft doing more than doubling. And even then, going to $1,000 a share, I suppose. Anyway, I think you could see an all stock acquisition, but you could see a blend of stock and cash to win. Plus, I really think you could see a spinoff. You could sort of have a three-way trade. You could have I don't know. TELUS could call up. It could be brokered by Mavericks or something, but TELUS could call up Constellation Software and say, "Look, we're buying Railtown, but we're up against some competition. Would you be willing to simultaneously put in a bid for the AIP network?" And I bet you'd hear that they'd be willing to buy the AIP network, maybe for $100 or $150 million in stock, making it a 10x bump. Who knows? So maybe you end up with TELUS stock, let's say 50 cents cash, and you end up with, maybe it's 1 share of TELUS for every share of Railtown, 50 cents of cash, and maybe you get the equivalent of Constellation Software stock at $5 to buy AIP. And that might be too high, but you could see something like that. You could see $17 coming to you as stock in Constellation, stock in TELUS, and cash. You never know. But yeah. And that's, Matthew, that's intriguing to me, because what if the buyout involved cash equivalent to or higher than what you paid, and it involved stock in a company like Microsoft or TELUS or NVIDIA or Oracle, or I don't know, AMD. Wouldn't it be amazing that if just by waiting till the summer, you got your original investment back as part of the deal and it's cash? Now I know I'm speculating, but for those of you trading ZJYL, I wouldn't even call that speculating. I would call that, you know, something else. Dover, SEC and FINRA is in a lot of trouble thanks to FOIA. Okay. That, Richard is correct, and sorry, RLAIF is correct. I don't know anything about that. I mean, I know about it in the past, but not recently. So that is definitely, Dave, or something that is important to know. And I freely admit my lack of whatever update or being current on it. So I haven't given any of my thoughts to be misleading or to push an agenda. But you're right. I clearly, some of my ideas are half-baked when one considers that I don't even know about the FOIA. Fifth is financial information forum. Well, I've always said in anything I've put out there, fraud, to me, and it goes to what Mike said, to me, fraud blows the whole thing out of the water. But you got to be careful. You got to have good lawyers. But I believe my sentiment is aligned with Mike. I think fraud just opens up a all hands on deck crisis for Wall Street. Because here's what Wall Street has to do. They have to settle with everybody without telling journalists and Congress and professors about their crime, and without encouraging other ambulance chaser, uh, um, you know, what do you call it when lawyers get a whole class and sue? Class action lawyers to sue on every other stock out there. So they don't want precedent. They don't want it to go through court and cause precedents. So they're going to have to offer enough money to get, and then that's an issue. Yeah, they might need an act of Congress because can a subset of MMTLP holders speak for every single shareholder? Can a majority, a simple majority or a stronger majority, vote to lock in all MMTLP holders? I don't think so. So then they've got to get everybody to sign a release, and you know somebody's going to hold out. It's like those. There's one out in Arlington where they built an office building and residential complex, and one widow wouldn't sell her house, so they built around her. There will be somebody that doesn't want to settle. Yeah, so that could explain why it's taking so long. But I still think we can get carried away with optimism. They have a lot of tools on the other side, but that's really interesting. Financial information forum. Mike Wentz. I really appreciate you're going to the SEC and watched your video of the report. You're helping spread awareness is paramount. Thank you, sir. Well, I agree. That's all. I tried to hush my mouth and just, that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to help get it out. All right, I'm going to try to show Ward one thing if I can find it, and then I'm going to retire for the evening. That's the Canadian stock price. That is an impressive bullish pattern. The U.S. stock price I'm not as convinced of, but today's action, it's poking above that. So the key thing to remember in markets, they predict lots of times. So just because, let's say, we have to wait till February or March for, I don't know, whatever, some sort of news, doesn't mean the stock doesn't break out more quickly. All right, let me see if I can find this for Word. Man, I don't know, but maybe I've been told. Oh boy, I'm doing this backwards. So let me do it this way. I'm going to do it backwards. I'm jumping in to what I did. I'm going to go backwards because I don't want to show too much. Oh, here's Lunar New Year is February 17th, a Tuesday. That's my favorite prediction for when, by when, not, it might happen sooner, but that's my deadline. The Lunar New Year is my deadline for news. I don't know. It's as good as anything. All right, here's Tellus's Q4 earnings, probably February 12th. That's kind of in that same time frame. All right, that's good. This is what I wanted to show you. All right, now it's these two. All right, so here's the question I asked Ward. Well, I'm not showing the question because I wanted to make it big enough so people can read it. But I asked Perplexity, what would a buyout number be for Railtown? You know, I didn't put any parameters on it. This is the answer I got. Now, anybody can do this, but Railtown, oh, I gave revenue maybe. That's the only thing I gave. That sentence right there. I said, can you give a buyout number if Railtown AI Technologies, I forget what I said, orchestration framework AI company, grows revenue from under, or I said $500,000 annualized today to 250 million annualized recurring revenue by 2028. That's all I asked. So they wrote, implying 400% compound annual growth rate with rapid post-2028 acceleration. Yeah, I might have said and continued growth via a Tellus revenue share, or I asked them that, and AI orchestration demand, I might have asked that, would warrant a forward valuation multiple of 20 to 40x on 2028 ARR per AI infrastructure benchmarks. This yields they're talking about Perplexity, my derived targets, $5 billion buyout conservative, scaling to $10 billion premium as an acquisition value by 2028, divided by 250 million fully diluted shares. So Xfinity came up on its own with a couple of parameters. I said 500K growing to 250 million. Assume they came up with a 3-year hockey stick to 25 million in 2027, then explosive ramp on 100% margin and enterprise wins. They think the projected ARR would come out like this here, and then they gave targets based on 20x based AI infrastructure, 30x growth premium, and 40x outlier with perfect margins. TELUS moat, and TELUS probably does have a moat. So at 20x, they came up with a $5 billion takeover price, $23 a share, Canadian. At a $7.5 billion valuation, 30x, they came up with $35 Canadian takeover. At 10 billion, 40x, $46 a share Canadian takeover. And I asked the probability. And I was in a chain of questions, so they knew I wanted this. Probabilities factor is execution risk, being dependent on TELUS, competition, rewarding lower multiples despite higher growth margins. They give $5 billion takeover with those parameters, high probability. If 250 million is projected and is validated in its revenue path, they give in a $7.5 billion takeover, medium high. It needs some post-2028 proof that from 2028's 250 million, that they can project 3x in growth from there, and 10 billion is medium. It means they're a market leader status and hyperscalers are interested, which is, by the way, Ward, one of my premises, how do you plural that? My many premises. It's my premise that hyperscalers are going to be interested and it will be a market leader. But isn't that interesting? Perplexity came up with this, Ward. And maybe you can come up with a better question and share it with me. I'll put it up. But anyway, that's one of the things I wanted to show you. I don't remember what else, but I'll get to it. I'll look it up. If I can beg of all of you that I say goodnight. It's just I had I had 2 donuts at lunch there. That's not going to cut it. And I just like to sign off. I wish everyone peace. For those of you, we went back and forth on MMTLP. My intention was not to be a jerk. I was just giving some of my reactions. And I do accept that I'm not as well informed as I should be, like Richard Adelit and Mike pointed out, and Daver. All right, cheers, everyone. Tomorrow's Tuesday, so I guess we'll talk Tuesday. Peace.